Alara felt the familiar prickle of fear, the instinctive urge to retreat, to melt back into the anonymity of the crowd. But then she saw the woman's eyes, wide with a desperate plea, and something within Alara snapped. It wasn't a sudden, explosive rage, but a quiet, firm resolve. She stepped forward, her voice steady, though her hands were clenched into tight fists at her sides. "Sir," she began, her tone respectful but unwavering, "she's an elder. Perhaps I can help her with her card. There's no need for this." The enforcer turned, his face a mask of surprise and disdain. He was a man accustomed to being obeyed without question, to seeing fear as the primary response. Alara's calm interjection was an anomaly. "Step back, citizen," he barked, his hand resting on the stun baton at his hip. "This is not your concern." "With all due respect," Alara continued, her gaze locked with his, refusing to flinch, "when one of us is struggling, it is our concern. We are all in this together, are we not?" She intentionally used the phrase, a subtle echo of Kale's rhetoric, turning it back on the very system that sought to divide them. A tense silence descended. The other citizens in the queue, their faces a mixture of apprehension and dawning curiosity, watched the confrontation unfold. The enforcer's jaw tightened. He was caught. A public display of excessive force against a citizen, especially one protesting peacefully, could lead to an official complaint, something he preferred to avoid. He clearly saw Alara as a minor annoyance, but one that could potentially escalate. He gave Alara a hard, scrutinizing look, then roughly shoved the ration card into the elderly woman's hand. "Don't let it happen again," he snarled, his gaze lingering on Alara for a moment longer before he turned and stalked away, his heavy boots echoing on the direcrete. The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, looked at Alara with profound gratitude. "Thank you, child," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you." Alara offered a small, reassuring smile. "It was nothing," she said, though her entire body was trembling with residual adrenaline. "It was something. It was everything." It was the moment she realized that her voice, however quiet, carried weight. It was the moment she understood that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it. This small victory, witnessed by a handful of weary souls, was a beacon. It demonstrated that the monolithic power of the enforcers was not invincible, that even a single voice raised in reasoned dissent could create a ripple, could provide a moment of respite, and, perhaps, could inspire others to find their own courage. These acts, though seemingly insignificant on the grand scale of their city's pervasive injustices, were monumental for Alara. They were the outward manifestations of her internal transformation. The fear, the ingrained subservience, the learned helplessness that had been woven into the very fabric of their existence, were beginning to fray. She was shedding the skin of passive acceptance and embracing a more active, engaged existence. It was a slow, often terrifying process, but with each flyer, each note, each spoken word of quiet defiance, she felt a growing sense of her own agency. She was no longer just a cog in the machine, she was a force, however small, capable of influencing its direction. This burgeoning belief in her own power was inextricably linked to a growing faith in the collective will. Kale's message that they were stronger together resonated deeply. She began to see the shared struggles, the common threads of hardship that bound everyone in the Hab blocks. The refugees from the outer colonies, the factory workers toiling in the toxic zones, the elderly struggling to survive on meager rations. They were not separate entities to be pitied or blamed, but fellow travelers on a difficult path. Her actions, therefore, were not just about her own liberation, but about fostering a sense of interconnectedness, about subtly reminding people of their shared humanity and their shared potential. She started observing the subtle ways people could exert their agency, even within the confines of their oppressive environment. She saw how, despite strict regulations, certain communal spaces would become informal hubs for shared knowledge, where tips on repairing faulty equipment or finding more nutritious, off-market food sources were exchanged. She noticed how, in moments of shared crisis, like a sudden power outage or a plumbing failure, neighbors who might otherwise have kept to themselves would instinctively band together, offering assistance and comfort. These were not organized movements, but spontaneous acts of mutual aid, small rebellions against the isolating nature of their society. Alara began to amplify these moments, not by orchestrating them, but by participating in them, by offering her own skills and resources, and by subtly acknowledging and validating these acts of quiet solidarity. Her understanding of Kale's teachings deepened. He spoke of the fire within as a latent power, a wellspring of resilience and resistance that lay dormant in every individual, waiting to be ignited. For Alara, this fire was no longer just an abstract concept. It was the warmth that spread through her chest when she slipped a note of encouragement under a neighbor's door. It was the steady pulse in her veins as she faced the enforcer. It was the quiet conviction that fueled her every hesitant step towards active participation. She was learning that true courage wasn't about grand, sweeping gestures that changed the world overnight. It was about the persistent, often unseen, efforts to resist despair, to uphold dignity, and to foster connection in the face of overwhelming forces designed to extinguish both. The risk associated with these actions was palpable. Discovery could mean loss of rations, reassignment to harsher work details, or even more severe retribution. Yet, Alara found that the fear, while still present, no longer held the paralyzing grip it once did. It was a calculated risk, and the potential reward, the feeling of making a difference, however small, and the quiet affirmation of her own evolving self, outweighed the fear. She was, in essence, learning to live with the possibility of consequence, understanding that to live without engaging, without asserting one's humanity, was a far greater form of loss. She also began to understand that the act of witnessing was itself a form of courage. By observing the subtle injustices and choosing to acknowledge them, even if only through a shared glance of understanding with another bystander, she was refusing to allow them to pass unnoticed, unacknowledged. This quiet act of bearing witness was a form of validation for those who suffered, a refusal to let their pain be erased by the city's pervasive indifference. Her interactions, once characterized by a hesitant politeness, now held a subtle undercurrent of conviction. When discussing the latest news of corporate mergers or resource allocation, Alara no longer offered passive agreement. She would gently probe, asking questions that encouraged critical thinking, as she had with Silas and Anya. "It's interesting, isn't it," she might say, "how these new energy infrastructure projects are always announced with such fanfare, promising efficiency, yet our own block's power grid seems to get less reliable each cycle. I wonder where all that investment is truly being directed." These questions were not designed to provoke an argument, but to plant a seed of doubt, to encourage listeners to look beyond the surface-level explanations provided by the authorities and the media. The shy distribution of flyers, the anonymous notes, the single act of speaking up during the ration line, these were not isolated incidents. They were becoming a pattern, a quiet testament to Alara's evolving understanding of courage. It was a courage born not of bravado, but of empathy, of a deep-seated belief in the inherent worth of every individual, and of a growing, unshakable faith in the power of collective will. She was no longer just a survivor, she was becoming a quiet architect of change, one small, brave act at a time, fanning the embers of hope in the hearts of those who, like her, were beginning to feel the warmth of the fire within. The subtle hum Alara had felt in the recycled air of her hab unit wasn't a solitary resonance. It was the faintest echo of a symphony, a growing chorus of quiet awakenings playing out across the forgotten sectors of the city. Her own hesitant steps, the tentative reach towards connection, were mirrored in countless other corners, in hushed conversations and clandestine gestures that spoke of a shared burgeoning consciousness. She began to see it not just in her own internal shift, but in the subtle alterations of the collective atmosphere, a slow diffusion of the pervasive apathy that had long been the city's most effective anesthetic. It started with small observations. Old Man Hemlock, who guarded his meager harvest of hydroponic herbs with the ferocity of a dragon hoarding gold, began leaving a small basket of his choicest basil by the communal recycling chute every few cycles. No one knew who it was for, or why, but the basket was always emptied by different hands, and its absence the next cycle was met with a collective, unspoken disappointment. Then there was the case of the faulty atmospheric scrubber in Hab Block Gamma. For weeks, the unit had sputtered and wheezed, emitting a thin, acrid smoke that made breathing a chore. The official repair requests were met with the usual bureaucratic silence. But then, late one night, a flickering light appeared in a window of the block's maintenance nexus. The next morning, the scrubber hummed with a steady, clean rhythm. No one claimed responsibility, but a shared nod, a knowing glance exchanged between neighbors who had endured the choking fumes together, spoke volumes. Alara saw it, too, in the way Anya, the neighbor who struggled with her own failing recycler, began sharing her surplus water purification tablets with the families in the adjacent units. Anya, who had once been fiercely private about her few possessions, now offered them freely, a quiet acknowledgement that survival was a communal endeavor. These weren't grand acts of rebellion, not yet. They were the quiet affirmations of shared existence, the spontaneous blooming of mutual aid in the arid soil of their city. Alara found herself drawn to these small pockets of collective spirit. She'd linger in the communal kitchens, ostensibly to prepare her own meager meal, but in reality, to listen. She heard the whispers of dissatisfaction, yes, but more importantly, she heard the nascent discussions of alternatives. Two factory workers, their faces etched with exhaustion from the toxic zones, were poring over a salvaged schematic, their hushed voices animated as they discussed modifications to their own protective gear, sharing insights gleaned from weeks of hazardous exposure. In a dimly lit alcove, a group of younger residents, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of a jury-rigged data slate, were exchanging hushed stories about the old ways, tales of vibrant markets, of abundant natural resources, of a time before the sterile efficiency of the authority. These were not just nostalgic anecdotes, they were the seeds of potential futures, planted in the fertile ground of shared discontent. Alara's own small acts began to find an audience, or rather, a resonance. The flyers she'd strategically placed were not always immediately found, but when they were, they acted like tiny beacons, igniting curiosity and a sense of possibility. She saw a young woman, her face usually a mask of weary resignation, studying one of the flyers with an intensity that Alara hadn't seen before. Later, Alara noticed that same woman subtly leaving a small, hand-drawn map of the less patrolled service tunnels on a public data terminal. It was a silent acknowledgement, a shared understanding that information, like resources, needed to be disseminated. The notes she left, the affirmations of resilience, were also having an effect. Anya, after receiving one of Alara's notes, had confided to her, "It's funny, Alara. After you left that little message, I looked at my recycler, and it didn't seem so impossible to fix. It was like someone remembered I was trying." The elderly woman Alara had defended at the ration distribution, Mrs. Gable, had sought her out days later. She hadn't offered thanks again, not directly, but she had pressed a small, carefully knitted patch into Alara's hand, a symbol of solidarity, a silent, "I saw you." The shift wasn't confined to acts of support and resource sharing. A more profound change was taking root, the willingness to question, to openly consider a reality beyond the authorities' carefully curated narrative. Alara found herself in conversations that, just weeks prior, would have been unthinkable. During a communal meal, a grizzled laborer named Jorik, a man known for his stoic silence and unwavering loyalty to the authorities' propaganda, unexpectedly voiced a doubt. "They say the outer sectors are thriving," he grumbled, his voice rough with disuse in such discussions, "that the harvests are bountiful. But my cousin works in the distribution hubs, and he says half the shipments are diverted. They tell us one thing, but the truth. It feels like it's buried under so much noise." It was a crack in the facade, a genuine expression of uncertainty that rippled through the small gathering. Alara, instead of offering a platitude, gently fanned the ember of his doubt. "It's difficult to reconcile what we're told with what we see, isn't it?" she offered softly, "especially when the resources that could help us here seem to always be redirected somewhere else." The conversation that followed was hesitant, laced with fear, but it was a start. People were beginning to voice the unspoken, to articulate the dissonance between the official pronouncements and their lived realities. This burgeoning collective spirit was not a coordinated movement, orchestrated by a charismatic leader or a clandestine organization. It was an organic awakening, a complex interplay of individual realizations and shared experiences. Alara noticed how, in the wake of minor crises, a burst water pipe in Hab Block Delta, a sudden blackout that plunged several blocks into darkness, the usual fear and recrimination were replaced by a sense of shared purpose. Neighbors would emerge from their isolated units, not to complain, but to assess, to offer assistance, to improvise solutions together. They were pooling their limited knowledge, their scarce tools, and their collective ingenuity. A woman who worked in textile reclamation might figure out how to patch a leak with durable fabric scraps, while a former engineer, now assigned to menial labor, could offer insights into rerouting power. These were not acts of heroism, but the simple, necessary responses of a community recognizing its interdependence. Alara found that her role, and the role of others who were awakening, was often to simply bear witness and to gently amplify these acts of solidarity. She wouldn't preach or demand, she would simply acknowledge. When she saw Anya sharing her water tablets, she would offer a quiet word of appreciation, not just to Anya, but to the recipients as well, reinforcing the positive social behavior. When she overheard Jorik's hesitant doubts, she didn't push him, but she listened intently, her nod of understanding a silent validation that encouraged him to continue sharing his perspective. Her own actions, the flyers and notes, were less about direct action and more about signaling to others that they were not alone in their thoughts and their struggles. They were designed to be found by those who were already searching, to offer a confirmation that the seeds of dissent were indeed taking root elsewhere. The shared spark wasn't about a sudden surge of unified rebellion, but about a collective recalibration of perspective. It was the slow, dawning realization that the vast, impersonal machine of the authority, while powerful, was not invincible. It was built on the premise of individual isolation and despair. When those pillars began to erode, when people started to connect, to share, to trust one another, the foundation itself began to tremble. Alara saw this in the subtle ways people started to interact. The usual avoidance of eye contact in public spaces began to lessen. A shared glance of understanding, a brief, knowing smile exchanged across a crowded plaza, became more common. These were small gestures, easily overlooked, but they were potent symbols of a reawakening sense of community. She also observed how the children, often more perceptive and less conditioned by years of ingrained subservience, were conduits for this burgeoning spirit. They would whisper stories to each other about secret meeting places, about adults who spoke of making things better. They would share their meager sweets and their salvaged toys with a freedom that adults, constrained by suspicion, rarely exhibited. Alara sometimes saw them playing games that subtly mimicked defiance, forming imagined barricades against unseen enforcers, or enacting scenarios where the downtrodden triumphed over the powerful. These were not programmed lessons. They were the intuitive expressions of a new generation learning to resist, to question, to hope. The understanding of Kale's fire within deepened for Alara. It wasn't a solitary flame to be fiercely guarded, but a potential conflagration, waiting for countless sparks to land on receptive tinder. She saw her own actions not as isolated acts of bravery, but as contributing to a larger, more diffuse energy field. The network of shared knowledge, the spontaneous acts of mutual aid, the growing willingness to voice doubts and consider alternatives, these were all manifestations of that collective fire. It was a fire that burned not with the destructive heat of anger, but with the persistent, life-affirming warmth of shared purpose and burgeoning hope. Her journey from a passive observer to an active participant had not been solitary. It had been a journey into the heart of a collective awakening. She saw that her own courage was not an anomaly, but a reflection of a wider societal shift. The fear was still a palpable presence, a shadow that clung to the edges of their lives. But it was no longer the dominant force. It was being steadily, undeniably, outshone by the growing light of connection and shared determination. The city, in its vast, impersonal sprawl, was beginning to hum with a different kind of energy, one born not of oppression, but of the irrepressible spirit of humanity reaching out to one another, seeking not just survival, but a life imbued with meaning and shared dignity. The realization was profound. She was not alone, and in that realization lay a strength far greater than any individual could possess. The spark had caught, and it was spreading. Chapter 6. the rise of the common good. The subtle hum Alara had felt in the recycled air of her hab unit wasn't a solitary resonance. It was the faintest echo of a symphony, a growing chorus of quiet awakenings playing out across the forgotten sectors of the city. Her own hesitant steps, the tentative reach towards connection, were mirrored in countless other corners, in hushed conversations and clandestine gestures that spoke of a shared burgeoning consciousness. She began to see it not just in her own internal shift, but in the subtle alterations of the collective atmosphere, a slow diffusion of the pervasive apathy that had long been the city's most effective anesthetic. It started with small observations. Old Man Hemlock, who guarded his meager harvest of hydroponic herbs with the ferocity of a dragon hoarding gold, began leaving a small basket of his choicest basil by the communal recycling chute every few cycles. No one knew who it was for, or why, but the basket was always emptied by different hands, and its absence the next cycle was met with a collective, unspoken disappointment. Then there was the case of the faulty atmospheric scrubber in Hab Block Gamma. For weeks, the unit had sputtered and wheezed, emitting a thin, acrid smoke that made breathing a chore. The official repair requests were met with the usual bureaucratic silence. But then, late one night, a flickering light appeared in a window of the block's maintenance nexus. The next morning, the scrubber hummed with a steady, clean rhythm. No one claimed responsibility, but a shared nod, a knowing glance exchanged between neighbors who had endured the choking fumes together, spoke volumes. Alara saw it, too, in the way Anya, the neighbor who struggled with her own failing recycler, began sharing her surplus water purification tablets with the families in the adjacent units. Anya, who had once been fiercely private about her few possessions, now offered them freely, a quiet acknowledgement that survival was a communal endeavor. These weren't grand acts of rebellion, not yet. They were the quiet affirmations of shared existence, the spontaneous blooming of mutual aid in the arid soil of their city. Alara found herself drawn to these small pockets of collective spirit. She'd linger in the communal kitchens, ostensibly to prepare her own meager meal, but in reality, to listen. She heard the whispers of dissatisfaction, yes, but more importantly, she heard the nascent discussions of alternatives. Two factory workers, their faces etched with exhaustion from the toxic zones, were poring over a salvaged schematic, their hushed voices animated as they discussed modifications to their own protective gear, sharing insights gleaned from weeks of hazardous exposure. In a dimly lit alcove, a group of younger residents, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of a jury-rigged data slate, were exchanging hushed stories about the old ways, tales of vibrant markets, of abundant natural resources, of a time before the sterile efficiency of the authority. These were not just nostalgic anecdotes. They were the seeds of potential futures, planted in the fertile ground of shared discontent. Alara's own small acts began to find an audience, or rather, a resonance. The flyers she'd strategically placed were not always immediately found, but when they were, they acted like tiny beacons, igniting curiosity and a sense of possibility. She saw a young woman, her face usually a mask of weary resignation, studying one of the flyers with an intensity that Alara hadn't seen before. Later, Alara noticed that same woman subtly leaving a small, hand-drawn map of the less patrolled service tunnels on a public data terminal. It was a silent acknowledgement, a shared understanding that information, like resources, needed to be disseminated. The notes she left, the affirmations of resilience, were also having an effect. Anya, after receiving one of Alara's notes, had confided to her, "It's funny, Alara. After you left that little message, I looked at my recycler, and it didn't seem so impossible to fix. It was like someone remembered I was trying." The elderly woman Alara had defended at the ration distribution, Mrs. Gable, had sought her out days later. She hadn't offered thanks again, not directly, but she had pressed a small, carefully knitted patch into Alara's hand, a symbol of solidarity, a silent, "I saw you." The shift wasn't confined to acts of support and resource sharing. A more profound change was taking root. The willingness to question, to openly consider a reality beyond the authorities' carefully curated narrative. Alara found herself in conversations that, just weeks prior, would have been unthinkable. During a communal meal, a grizzled laborer named Jorik, a man known for his stoic silence and unwavering loyalty to the authorities' propaganda, unexpectedly voiced a doubt. "They say the outer sectors are thriving," he grumbled, his voice rough with disuse in such discussions, "that the harvests are bountiful. But my cousin works in the distribution hubs, and he says half the shipments are diverted. They tell us one thing, but the truth. It feels like it's buried under so much noise." It was a crack in the facade, a genuine expression of uncertainty that rippled through the small gathering. Alara, instead of offering a platitude, gently fanned the ember of his doubt. "It's difficult to reconcile what we're told with what we see, isn't it?" she offered softly, "especially when the resources that could help us here seem to always be redirected somewhere else." The conversation that followed was hesitant, laced with fear, but it was a start. People were beginning to voice the unspoken, to articulate the dissonance between the official pronouncements and their lived realities. This burgeoning collective spirit was not a coordinated movement, orchestrated by a charismatic leader or a clandestine organization. It was an organic awakening, a complex interplay of individual realizations and shared experiences. Alara noticed how, in the wake of minor crises, a burst water pipe in Hab Block Delta, a sudden blackout that plunged several blocks into darkness, the usual fear and recrimination were replaced by a sense of shared purpose. Neighbors would emerge from their isolated units, not to complain, but to assess, to offer assistance, to improvise solutions together. They were pooling their limited knowledge, their scarce tools, and their collective ingenuity. A woman who worked in textile reclamation might figure out how to patch a leak with durable fabric scraps, while a former engineer, now assigned to menial labor, could offer insights into rerouting power. These were not acts of heroism, but the simple, necessary responses of a community recognizing its interdependence. Alara found that her role, and the role of others who were awakening, was often to simply bear witness and to gently amplify these acts of solidarity. She wouldn't preach or demand, she would simply acknowledge. When she saw Anya sharing her water tablets, she would offer a quiet word of appreciation, not just to Anya, but to the recipients as well, reinforcing the positive social behavior. When she overheard Jorik's hesitant doubts, she didn't push him, but she listened intently, her nod of understanding a silent validation that encouraged him to continue sharing his perspective. Her own actions, the flyers and notes, were less about direct action and more about signaling to others that they were not alone in their thoughts and their struggles. They were designed to be found by those who were already searching, to offer a confirmation that the seeds of dissent were indeed taking root elsewhere. The shared spark wasn't about a sudden surge of unified rebellion, but about a collective recalibration of perspective. It was the slow, dawning realization that the vast, impersonal machine of the authority, while powerful, was not invincible. It was built on the premise of individual isolation and despair. When those pillars began to erode, when people started to connect, to share, to trust one another, the foundation itself began to tremble. Alara saw this in the subtle ways people started to interact. The usual avoidance of eye contact in public spaces began to lessen. A shared glance of understanding, a brief, knowing smile exchanged across a crowded plaza, became more common. These were small gestures, easily overlooked, but they were potent symbols of a reawakening sense of community. She also observed how the children, often more perceptive and less conditioned by years of ingrained subservience, were conduits for this burgeoning spirit. They would whisper stories to each other about secret meeting places, about adults who spoke of making things better. They would share their meager sweets and their salvaged toys with a freedom that adults, constrained by suspicion, rarely exhibited. Alara sometimes saw them playing games that subtly mimicked defiance, forming imagined barricades against unseen enforcers, or enacting scenarios where the downtrodden triumphed over the powerful. These were not programmed lessons. They were the intuitive expressions of a new generation learning to resist, to question, to hope. The understanding of Kale's fire within deepened for Alara. It wasn't a solitary flame to be fiercely guarded, but a potential conflagration, waiting for countless sparks to land on receptive tinder. She saw her own actions not as isolated acts of bravery, but as contributing to a larger, more diffuse energy field. The network of shared knowledge, the spontaneous acts of mutual aid, the growing willingness to voice doubts and consider alternatives, these were all manifestations of that collective fire. It was a fire that burned not with the destructive heat of anger, but with the persistent, life-affirming warmth of shared purpose and burgeoning hope. Her journey from a passive observer to an active participant had not been solitary. It had been a journey into the heart of a collective awakening. She saw that her own courage was not an anomaly, but a reflection of a wider societal shift. The fear was still a palpable presence, a shadow that clung to the edges of their lives. But it was no longer the dominant force. It was being steadily, undeniably, outshone by the growing light of connection and shared determination. The city, in its vast, impersonal sprawl, was beginning to hum with a different kind of energy, one born not of oppression, but of the irrepressible spirit of humanity reaching out to one another, seeking not just survival, but a life imbued with meaning and shared dignity. The realization was profound. She was not alone, and in that realization lay a strength far greater than any individual could possess. The spark had caught, and it was spreading. The whispers, once confined to the shadowed corners of hab blocks and the hushed intimacy of communal kitchens, began to find a louder voice. Cale's message, initially disseminated through clandestine networks and passed from one wary individual to another, was no longer a secret shared only amongst the already converted. It was a truth that, like water seeping through porous rock, was finding its way into the open, carving new channels of understanding. Alara, who had been a silent witness and a subtle facilitator of this quiet diffusion, now observed a dramatic acceleration. The small gatherings, the hesitant conversations that had once characterized the nascent movement, were transforming. They were no longer just the furtive meetings of the disillusioned, they were becoming intentional congregations, drawn by a shared hunger for something more than the authorities' sterile promises. She saw it first in the periphery of her own quiet efforts. The information Alara had meticulously disseminated, the subtly encouraging notes, the hand-drawn maps of safer routes, were no longer just finding their way to individuals. They were becoming catalysts for collective action. A group of residents from Hab Block Epsilon, inspired by a shared flyer detailing the authorities' questionable resource allocation, decided to pool their meager resources to send a delegation to the sector's administrative hub, not to beg for more, but to demand an accounting. They were met with the predictable stonewalling, the dismissive bureaucrats who had perfected the art of bureaucratic paralysis. Yet, the very act of their collective approach, the visible solidarity of their unified presence outside the sterile edifice of power, was a statement in itself. It was a public declaration that they were no longer willing to accept their fate in silence. These small acts of defiance, fueled by Cale's underlying philosophy of inherent human worth, began to ripple outwards. In the sector's primary recreational plaza, a space usually dominated by the authorities' omnipresent propaganda screens and the shuffling, individualistic movements of its citizens, a new phenomenon began to occur. It started with a few brave souls, emboldened by the shared whispers of Cale's vision, who dared to gather in small clusters. They wouldn't shout, they wouldn't protest violently, but they would simply stand together, their presence a silent counterpoint to the authorities' narrative. They would share hushed conversations, their voices carrying just enough to catch the ears of those passing by, planting seeds of curiosity and shared grievance. Alara watched as these clusters grew. A group of textile workers, their hands permanently stained with the dyes of their labor, began meeting near the plaza's central fountain. They spoke of unfair quotas, of dangerous working conditions, and of the authorities' blatant disregard for their well-being. Soon, other workers from different sectors joined them, sanitation engineers lamenting the lack of basic safety equipment, hydroponic farmers frustrated by the arbitrary seizure of their harvests, data scribes weary of fabricating reports that bore no resemblance to reality. It was a diverse tapestry of the city's laborers, each with their own specific complaints, but all united by a fundamental recognition of their shared exploitation. Cale himself, who had previously operated with a calculated caution, recognized the shifting tides. His messages, once disseminated through trusted intermediaries and private recordings, began to be delivered in more public forums. What started as intimate gatherings in rented community halls, rooms that were always on the verge of being shut down by authority inspectors, gradually expanded. He would speak to dozens, then to hundreds. The hushed reverence of these early meetings, the palpable fear that mingled with hope, was a powerful force. People leaned forward, straining to hear his every word, absorbing his vision of a society built on cooperation, empathy, and shared prosperity. His words were not abstract pronouncements. They were practical, relatable truths that resonated with the lived experiences of his audience. He spoke of the inherent dignity of labor, the right to a decent standard of living, and the imperative of collective action to achieve these ends. The shift from whispers to organized gatherings was palpable. The authority, initially dismissive of these fringe elements, and disgruntled citizens, began to take notice. Their surveillance systems, designed to detect overt acts of rebellion, were struggling to categorize this new form of nascent resistance. It wasn't a riot, not yet. It was a gathering of people, listening to a man speak. The legal justifications for intervention were, for the moment, elusive. This created a crucial window of opportunity, a space where the movement could flourish. Alara found herself attending these larger meetings, her initial trepidation replaced by a sense of purpose. She saw faces she recognized from her neighborhood, from the ration queues, from the sterile corridors of the authorities' administrative buildings. She saw the quiet determination in the eyes of a senior citizen who had once been aggressively protective of her meager rations, now standing shoulder to shoulder with a young tech scavenger. The shared grievances acted as a powerful solvent, dissolving the social and economic barriers that the authority had so carefully constructed. The rallies, as they began to be called, were not yet the roiling masses of revolutionary fervor. They were more akin to solemn assemblies, gatherings where the weight of shared experience was palpable. People would arrive, often in small groups, their initial awkwardness quickly dissolving as they found common ground. Conversations would bloom spontaneously. A discussion about the latest increase in water rationing, a shared memory of a time when the air was cleaner, a quiet lament about the loss of community spaces. Kale's speeches served as a focal point, a powerful articulation of the unspoken frustrations and nascent hopes that animated these gatherings. He spoke not of overthrowing the authority through violence, but of demonstrating its illegitimacy through unity and collective action. He argued that true power resided not in the authority's sterile decrees and its omnipresent enforcement droids, but in the collective will of the people. His message was one of empowerment, urging individuals to recognize their own worth and the strength they possessed when united. He would often use historical anecdotes, tales of past movements that had achieved significant change through persistent, organized dissent, to inspire his listeners. He painted a vivid picture of a future where resources were shared equitably, where every citizen had access to education and healthcare, and where the collective good of the community was prioritized over the insatiable demands of a select few. The crowds grew with each subsequent meeting. What had begun as a few hundred people in a repurposed community hall now filled entire public squares. The authorities' propaganda screens, which had once blared relentless messages of order and compliance, were often drowned out by the sheer volume of human voices engaged in discussion and song. People began to bring their own banners, simple cloths emblazoned with symbols of unity and hope. They started singing songs, traditional folk tunes that spoke of solidarity and resilience, reappropriated for the new movement. Alara noticed a profound shift in the atmosphere. The fear, while still present, was no longer paralyzing. It was being overridden by a growing sense of shared purpose and collective courage. People who had once been afraid to make eye contact with strangers were now engaging in animated discussions, sharing their stories and their concerns with newfound openness. The movement was no longer just about Kale's message, it was becoming about the people themselves, about their shared experiences, their collective dreams, and their growing conviction that a better future was not only possible, but achievable. The whispers had found their voice, and that voice was beginning to resonate across the entire city. It was the sound of a community awakening, a symphony of shared aspiration rising from the quiet corners to fill the public squares, a testament to the enduring power of collective hope. The resonance of Kale's words had transcended mere intellectual agreement. It had settled into the very marrow of the city's populace, transforming into a fervent, unyielding affection. He was no longer just a voice of dissent, nor a beacon of strategy. He had become, in the hearts of so many, an embodiment of their deepest aspirations, a savior figure carved from their shared suffering and burgeoning hope. This adoration, however, was not the manufactured fervor of a personality cult, meticulously cultivated by propaganda and manufactured consent. It was something far more organic, a spontaneous outpouring of genuine love and unwavering trust, a testament to Cale's authentic connection with the common people he so fiercely championed. Observe the children. In the cramped common areas of the HAB blocks, amidst the flickering glow of recycled light panels and the scent of synthesized nutrients, small hands were busy. They weren't crafting weapons or sketching escape routes, not directly. Instead, they were weaving small, rough tokens from scavenged wire and discarded fabric. A simple, elongated knot, representing an unbroken thread of hope, a stylized depiction of an open hand, signifying generosity and shared resources, a circular motif, symbolizing community and interdependence. These were not mandated insignia, they were instinctive creations, children's intuitive understanding of what represented their nascent future, a future Cale's words had painted with such vivid clarity. When these children ventured out to the ration queues or the designated communal play zones, these handmade symbols were proudly displayed, pinned to their threadbare tunics or tied around their wrists. A passing adult, weary from a long shift in the processing plants or burdened by the relentless cycle of scarcity, might offer a tired smile to a child sporting such a token. This smile, often fleeting, carried a profound weight. It was an acknowledgement, a silent recognition that their own dormant hopes were being reflected, even nurtured, in the innocent faces of the next generation. It was a subtle but powerful confirmation that Cale's vision was not just a political ideology, but a living, breathing legacy being passed down, not through forced indoctrination, but through the simple, unadulterated love of children for the one who promised them a life free from the crushing weight of their current existence. The elders, those who remembered fragmented whispers of a world before the authorities' suffocating grip, found a particular solace in Cale. For them, his unwavering commitment to justice and equality was not a revolutionary concept, but a restoration of a forgotten order. They saw in his steadfast resolve a mirror of the resilience they themselves had cultivated over decades of hardship. A shared quote from Cale, delivered in a hushed tone during a rare moment of communal respite, could ignite a spark of recognition and shared purpose in two individuals who had previously only exchanged wary glances. He speaks of the dignity of our labor. Alara, an elderly textile worker, her hands gnarled and permanently stained with dye, confided to her neighbor, her voice raspy with age and emotion. He sees that our worn hands build this city, that our sweat waters its sterile soil, and he says it matters. The authority never said it mattered. This sentiment, repeated in countless variations across the city, was the bedrock of Cale's growing veneration. It was the profound realization that someone in a position of influence, someone who commanded attention, actually saw them, truly understood their struggles, and valued their existence beyond their quantifiable output. Even in the sterile efficiency of the authorities' own administrative sectors, Cale's influence began to subtly permeate. While overt displays of support were impossible, clandestine acts of solidarity emerged. A technician, tasked with maintaining the authorities' surveillance drones, might deliberately miscalibrate a camera feed for a few crucial minutes, allowing a small, unauthorized gathering to disperse unseen. A low-level scribe, whose job it was to redact inconvenient truths from historical archives, might, accidentally, misplace a file containing Cale's early speeches, allowing it to fall into the hands of a curious fellow worker. These were not acts of overt defiance, but subtle acts of sabotage, fueled by a growing disillusionment with the authority and a rising tide of admiration for Cale's unwavering moral compass. The whispers that began in the forgotten corners of the city were now finding echoes in the very heart of the machine that sought to suppress them. The contrast between Cale and the authorities' leadership was stark, and it was this contrast that amplified the people's adoration. The authorities' elite, residing in their shielded enclaves, were figures of distant, abstract power. Their pronouncements were delivered through sterile, disembodied voices emanating from public address systems, their policies dictated by algorithms and economic models that rarely accounted for human suffering. They were perceived as detached, uncaring, and ultimately, alien. Their very existence was a testament to a system that prioritized profit and control over human well-being. When a new tax was levied, a new resource quota was imposed, or a new restriction on personal freedoms was enacted, there was no dialogue, no explanation, only the cold, impersonal weight of authority decree. This pervasive sense of being governed by an unfeeling, omniscient entity fostered a deep-seated resentment, a gnawing awareness that their lives were merely variables in a vast, impersonal equation. Cale, on the other hand, was flesh and blood. His speeches were not broadcast from sterile studios, but delivered in the very plazas and communal spaces where the people lived and worked. His voice, though amplified, carried the warmth of genuine emotion, the conviction of personal experience. He spoke of his own journey, his own struggles, the moments of doubt and the unwavering commitment that had brought him to this point. He didn't present himself as an infallible leader, but as one of them, someone who had walked among them, who understood the taste of recycled rations and the ache of exhaustion. This perceived authenticity was the bedrock of his appeal. People didn't just listen to Cale, they believed in him because they felt he genuinely believed in them. Consider the impact of a simple gesture. During a particularly harsh winter cycle, when the automated heating systems in many HAB blocks began to falter, the authority issued a terse directive: conserve energy and endure. There was no mention of repairs, no allocation of supplemental resources. Cale, however, did not remain silent. He organized teams of volunteers, utilizing salvaged heating elements and rerouted energy conduits, to patch the most critical systems in the most vulnerable sectors. He himself was seen, not directing from afar, but working alongside the volunteers, his hands, like theirs, smudged with grease and grime. He shared their meager rations, slept in the same drafty communal spaces, and offered words of encouragement that were not the platitudes of a politician, but the heartfelt reassurances of a comrade. This act, repeated across the city in various forms, cemented his image as a leader who led by example, a savior who was willing to share in the very hardships he sought to alleviate. The authorities' response to public discontent was always one of suppression. Protests were met with overwhelming force, dissenters were silenced, and inconvenient truths were buried under layers of disinformation. This approach, over time, had bred a deep cynicism and a pervasive fear among the populace. They had learned that speaking out, challenging the status quo, was a dangerous endeavor, often leading to the disappearance of loved ones or the arbitrary imposition of severe penalties. Cale's movement, however, offered a different paradigm. He advocated for organized, peaceful resistance, emphasizing unity and collective action as the most potent weapons against oppression. His message was not one of violent overthrow, but of demonstrating the authorities' illegitimacy through the sheer force of their collective will. This strategy resonated deeply with a populace weary of conflict and bloodshed. They saw in Cale a leader who understood the value of human life, who prioritized de-escalation and reasoned argument over brute force. When Cale spoke of the inherent worth of every individual, of the right to basic necessities and a life of dignity, it was not an abstract philosophical debate, it was a direct refutation of the authorities' dehumanizing practices. His words offered not just hope for a better future, but a tangible path to achieving it, a path that did not require them to shed their humanity in the process. The adoration he received was, therefore, a complex tapestry woven from multiple threads: the profound relief of being seen and heard, the deep-seated trust in his authenticity, the inspiring example of his leadership, and the hopeful vision of a just and equitable society he so powerfully articulated. It was a stark contrast to the sterile, impersonal power of the authority, a power that had long since alienated its populace. Cale was not merely a political figure, he was a symbol of their enduring spirit, a testament to their collective yearning for a life where compassion, justice, and community were not forgotten ideals, but the very foundations of their existence. This profound connection, forged in the crucible of shared struggle and sustained by unwavering hope, was the true power behind Cale's rise, the genuine, unadulterated love of a people who had finally found a champion worthy of their devotion. The whispers had indeed grown into a chorus, And at the heart of that chorus stood Kale, not as a conductor dictating the melody, but as a harmonizer, amplifying the individual voices that had long been suppressed. His presence was felt not just in the grand rallies that now filled the city's public squares, but in the quiet hum of everyday life. Families would gather around their meager nutrient dispensers, and the conversation would inevitably turn to him. Kale said we must share our last ration, even when our stomachs ache, a father might tell his children, his voice thick with emotion. Because when we share, we are stronger. We are not alone. These were not recited slogans. They were internalized values, woven into the fabric of daily existence. The authority, in its monolithic blindness, continued to underestimate the depth of this connection. Their surveillance systems, adept at tracking physical movements and intercepting coded communications, struggled to quantify the intangible bond that had formed between Kale and the populace. They saw the growing crowds, the organized demonstrations, and attributed it to clever propaganda or external manipulation. They failed to grasp that Kale's message had tapped into something far more ancient and resilient, the innate human need for belonging, for purpose, for a just and equitable existence. Consider the simple act of education. The authorities' educational apparatus was designed to instill obedience and efficiency, focusing on rote memorization and technical skills that serve the state. Kale, however, spoke of a different kind of learning. He championed critical thinking, empathy, and the understanding of shared history and collective responsibility. Volunteers, inspired by his words, began organizing clandestine study groups. They would gather in abandoned tunnels or disused maintenance shafts, sharing salvaged texts and engaging in discussions that probed the authorities' narrative. Kale's teachings formed the core curriculum of these underground academies. Children, under the guidance of these dedicated volunteers, were learning about the principles of cooperation, the historical examples of resistance movements, and the philosophical underpinnings of their own struggle. They were being taught not just to survive, but to thrive, to become active participants in shaping their own destiny. The veneration extended beyond words and actions. It manifested in a profound sense of solidarity. When a particular HAB block faced a severe shortage of water purification tablets, it was not the authority that stepped in with aid. Instead, Kale, through his network, sent out a simple appeal. Within cycles, resources began to flow from other sectors, individuals and communities willingly parting with their own precious supplies to ensure the survival of their brethren. This act of spontaneous, intercommunal generosity was a direct reflection of Kale's core message, that their shared humanity transcended arbitrary sector divisions and individual scarcity. The authorities' system, designed to foster competition and isolation, was being systematically dismantled by the quiet, persistent power of collective empathy, a power that Kale had so effectively ignited. The authorities' attempts to discredit Kale were met with a collective, weary skepticism. Their propaganda machines churned out accusations of sedition, of inciting chaos, of seeking personal power. But the people had heard Kale's voice, had seen his actions, and had experienced the transformative power of his message. They understood, with an almost visceral clarity, that Kale represented not a threat to their way of life, but the promise of a life worth living. His unwavering commitment to the common good, his willingness to sacrifice his own comfort for the well-being of others, stood in stark contrast to the self-serving machinations of the authorities' elite. The accusations, therefore, fell flat, perceived not as valid criticisms, but as desperate attempts by a crumbling regime to cling to power. The adoration was not a blind faith, it was a deeply reasoned trust, built upon a foundation of shared experience and witnessed integrity. When Kale spoke of the inherent right to a decent life, people recalled their own struggles to procure basic necessities. When he spoke of the importance of community, they remembered the small acts of kindness and mutual aid that had seen them through countless difficult cycles. His words resonated because they were not abstract pronouncements from on high, but reflections of their own lived realities, articulated with a clarity and conviction that gave them shape and meaning. He was not a distant savior. He was the amplified voice of their own deepest desires, the champion who articulated their unspoken pleas and transformed them into a powerful, unifying force. The true measure of his heroism lay not in grand pronouncements, but in the quiet, unwavering love and trust he inspired in the hearts of the common people, a love that was slowly, inexorably, reshaping the future of their city. Cale's vision, as it solidified and began to permeate the collective consciousness of the city, was not one of dismantling the very structure of their economic existence, but of fundamentally reshaping it. He understood, with a keenness born from observing generations trapped in a cycle of scarcity, that outright revolution, while alluring in its promise of absolute change, often led to further chaos and suffering, trading one form of oppression for another. His approach was more nuanced, more strategic, aiming to reform the existing framework of capitalism, to imbue it with a sense of purpose beyond mere accumulation, and to ensure its benefits were shared, not hoarded. He spoke not of tearing down the engine of production, but of re-engineering its gears to serve the needs of all its passengers, not just a select few in the opulent cabins. His pronouncements on economic reform were not the abstract theories of an academic, nor the impassioned, yet unfocused, cries of a malcontent. They were concrete, meticulously crafted proposals, delivered with an accessible clarity that belied their intricate design. He began by tackling the glaring chasm between the wealthy elite and the working populace, a divide that had become an almost insurmountable barrier to social mobility and basic dignity. At the forefront of his agenda was the concept of progressive taxation. He argued, with irrefutable logic, that those who had benefited most from the city's economic output, those whose fortunes had swelled from the labor of others, should contribute proportionally more to the collective well-being. This was not about punishment, he emphasized, but about responsibility. A society, he posited, was only as strong as its weakest link, and the unchecked accumulation of wealth at the top while others languished in poverty was a fundamental structural weakness, an invitation to eventual collapse. Imagine, he would say, his voice echoing through the assembled crowds, the sentiment amplified by the communal audio systems that had become an integral part of their public discourse, a vast reservoir. We all draw from it. Those who draw the most, who have the largest vessels, must also ensure the reservoir is replenished and that its channels reach even the smallest, furthest away drops. To do otherwise is to invite drought for everyone, eventually. His proposals for progressive taxation were designed with precisely this principle in mind. They outlined a tiered system where higher earners would face increasingly steeper tax rates, with the revenue generated earmarked for specific, tangible improvements in the lives of the common citizens. These were not vague promises of economic growth, but concrete allocations, funding for upgraded HAB block sanitation, expansion of communal food cultivation initiatives, and the establishment of vocational training centers designed to equip individuals with marketable skills, fostering genuine opportunity rather than perpetual dependency. Beyond taxation, Cale championed the urgent need for robust social safety nets. He spoke of these nets not as handouts, but as fundamental pillars of a civilized society, essential for ensuring that no one fell through the cracks. His vision included comprehensive healthcare accessible to all, regardless of their employment status or income level. He detailed plans for subsidized childcare facilities, allowing parents, particularly mothers, to pursue employment and contribute to their household income without sacrificing their children's well-being. He advocated for a universal basic income, a modest but guaranteed sum that would provide a floor beneath which no citizen could fall, offering a crucial buffer against unexpected job loss, illness, or economic downturns. This, he argued, was not about fostering idleness, but about providing the security necessary for individuals to take risks, to innovate, and to pursue education and personal growth without the constant, gnawing fear of destitution. The issue of fair wages was another cornerstone of Cale's reformist platform. He decried the prevailing practice of exploiting labor, of paying workers mere subsistence wages while profits soared for shareholders and executives. He introduced the concept of a living wage, a legally mandated minimum income that would allow individuals to meet their basic needs with dignity, to afford decent housing, nutritious food, and essential services. His proposals included mechanisms for regular wage reviews, tied to inflation and productivity increases, ensuring that the value of labor was consistently recognized and rewarded. He understood that the strength of the city's economy was directly tied to the purchasing power of its citizens. When people earned enough to live, they spent, and that spending, in turn, fueled demand, created jobs, and stimulated further economic activity. It was a virtuous cycle, diametrically opposed to the self-defeating logic of suppressed wages and concentrated wealth. Cale's critique extended to the often unfettered power of financial markets. He observed how speculation, complex derivatives, and a lack of transparency had led to economic instability, where the livelihoods of millions could be jeopardized by the risky gambles of a few. His proposals called for significantly increased regulation of these markets. He advocated for stricter oversight of banking institutions, limitations on predatory lending practices, and the prohibition of speculative trading that had no tangible connection to the real economy. He proposed the creation of public investment funds, democratically managed, that would channel capital into essential infrastructure projects and sustainable industries, prioritizing long-term societal benefit over short-term speculative gains. His aim was to rein in the excesses of financial capitalism, to ensure that money served as a tool for progress and stability, rather than a weapon of destabilization and exploitation. What made Cale's proposals so resonant was their grounded realism. He wasn't presenting a utopian fantasy, he was offering a practical roadmap. He acknowledged the inherent dynamism and wealth-generating potential of capitalism, but insisted that this potential should be harnessed for the common good. He understood that for many, the idea of capitalism was intertwined with their very identity, with the notion of hard work and individual enterprise. His message was that these values were not incompatible with a more equitable system. In fact, he argued, they could be amplified when coupled with fairness and opportunity for all. He painted a picture of a reformed capitalism that was not a zero-sum game, but a collaborative enterprise where everyone had a stake and everyone benefited from its success. He often used analogies to illustrate his points. To explain progressive taxation, he would compare it to tending a communal garden. Those who harvest the most bountiful crops, he'd explain, have a greater responsibility to contribute to the tools, the watering systems, and the protection of the garden for everyone. If only a few tend to the well-being of the entire plot, eventually, pests or neglect will ruin the entire harvest, affecting everyone. When discussing social safety nets, he drew parallels to the structural integrity of the HAB blocks themselves. You don't build a skyscraper without a strong foundation and robust internal supports, he would state, and you certainly don't allow the lower floors, where most people live and work, to crumble because you are focused only on the penthouse. A society that neglects its foundations is doomed to collapse. His detailed plans for fair wage laws included specific metrics for calculating a living wage, taking into account regional cost of living variations and essential expenditures. He outlined mechanisms for independent wage boards, comprised of labor representatives, employers, and public interest arbitrators, to ensure that wages kept pace with economic realities and prevented the exploitation of vulnerable workers. These were not abstract ideals, they were actionable policies, complete with proposed legislative frameworks and enforcement mechanisms. He even addressed the issue of worker representation, advocating for stronger labor unions and greater employee involvement in corporate decision-making processes, believing that those who directly contributed to a company's success should have a voice in its direction. The regulation of financial markets, a topic that often made the eyes of the populace glaze over with its perceived complexity, was broken down by Cale into understandable principles. He explained the difference between productive investment, which builds infrastructure and creates jobs, and speculative investment, which can destabilize economies. He advocated for transparency laws that would require financial institutions to disclose their dealings in clear, accessible language, and for regulatory bodies with the power to intervene and prevent systemic risk. He proposed a financial transaction tax, a small levy on each trade, which would not only generate revenue but also discourage excessive, high-frequency trading that contributed to market volatility. The impact of Cale's economic reform proposals was profound. For those who had always felt marginalized by the existing system, his words were a revelation. They offered not just hope, but a concrete, achievable vision. For those who had benefited from capitalism but harbored a growing unease about its growing inequalities, Cale provided a framework for reconciliation, a way to reconcile their prosperity with their conscience. He demonstrated that a more just and equitable economic system was not only possible but also beneficial for society as a whole, leading to greater stability, broader prosperity, and a more engaged and empowered citizenry. His approach was a testament to his profound understanding of human psychology and societal dynamics. People do not thrive on pure ideology alone. They need practical solutions that address their immediate needs and offer a tangible pathway to a better future. Cale's economic reforms were precisely that, the practical application of compassionate principles, designed to build a society where the common good was not an afterthought, but the very engine of progress. He was advocating for a capitalism with a conscience, a system that recognized the inherent dignity of every individual and strived to create an environment where everyone had the opportunity to flourish. This was not an attack on prosperity itself, but a redefinition of what constituted true prosperity, one that was measured not just in accumulated wealth, but in the well-being and shared success of the entire community. The ripples of Cale's economic vision were beginning to coalesce, transforming from individual whispers of discontent into a unified chorus of shared aspiration. It was a phenomenon that transcended the sterile definitions of political movements or economic theories. It was, at its heart, a rekindling of community, a rediscovery of the fundamental truth that interdependence, not isolation, was the bedrock of a thriving society. The disparate threads of hardship that had frayed the social fabric of the city were now being woven together, guided by Cale's unwavering belief in the potential for a common good. This unity did not emerge spontaneously. It was the result of meticulous, often unseen, efforts to bridge divides that had been deliberately widened by the prevailing economic order. Cale's message, stripped of jargon and delivered with an earnest sincerity, resonated with a clarity that cut through the layers of ingrained distrust and systemic division. He spoke not of class warfare, but of class recognition, acknowledging the distinct struggles of each group while highlighting the shared anxieties that bound them. Consider the factory workers, their hands calloused and their spirits weary from endless shifts in the cacophonous foundries. They had been taught to view the unemployed as burdens, a drain on resources they themselves struggled to secure. The unemployed, in turn, often saw the workers as complicit in the system, beneficiaries of a precarious stability that others were denied. Cale's discourse gently dismantled these perceptions. He painted the workers' plight not as a failure of their own making, but as a consequence of an economic model that devalued their labor, driving down wages and benefits to maximize corporate profits. He then turned his attention to the unemployed, not as statistics of idleness, but as individuals whose potential was being systematically wasted, their skills and energies left untapped by an economy that prioritized efficiency over human capital. He proposed that the very industries that benefited from cheap labor were often the same ones that shed workers during economic downturns, creating the cycle of unemployment. Thus, the worker and the unemployed were not adversaries, but two sides of the same coin, both victims of an unbalanced system. Then there were the disillusioned middle-class professionals, the architects whose designs were never built for public benefit, the educators whose classrooms were underfunded, the healthcare providers whose hands were tied by profit margins. They had once believed in the promise of meritocracy, of a steady climb through hard work and education. Now, they found themselves squeezed between rising costs of living and stagnant wages, their aspirations deferred or extinguished. They witnessed firsthand the erosion of public services, the increasing inequality, and felt a gnawing sense of disillusionment. Cale's message to them was one of validation and purpose. He acknowledged their skills and intellect, not as tools for personal enrichment within a flawed system, but as vital assets for rebuilding a society that truly served its people. He posited that the same economic forces that exploited the laborers were also stifling innovation and true progress by limiting access to resources and opportunities for those outside the entrenched elite. He argued that the city needed their expertise, their creativity, not to serve the bottom line of a select few, but to design and implement solutions for the common good, affordable housing, accessible education, and efficient public infrastructure. Even some who had previously prospered, those who had benefited from the existing economic order but were now witnessing its inherent instability and moral bankruptcy, began to listen. Perhaps it was the fear of losing their own fortunes in the manipulated market fluctuations, or perhaps it was a deeper, nascent sense of moral accountability. Cale did not condemn them wholesale. Instead, he offered a path to a more sustainable and ethical form of prosperity. He argued that true wealth was not merely measured in personal accumulation, but in the collective well-being of the society that enabled that accumulation. He spoke of a reformed capitalism where innovation and enterprise were rewarded, but within a framework that ensured fairness, prevented exploitation, and reinvested in the community. This was a difficult message for some to accept, requiring them to re-evaluate their own success and its broader implications. Yet, the sheer logic of Cale's argument, that a society teetering on the brink of collapse served no one, not even the wealthy, began to penetrate their defenses. Alara, with her innate ability to connect with people from all walks of life, became an indispensable force in translating Cale's vision into tangible action. Her days were a blur of meetings, conversations, and coalition building. She moved with a quiet determination through the labyrinthine districts of the city, her presence a reassuring balm to those who felt forgotten and overlooked. She met with representatives from the various factory guilds, listening patiently to their grievances about unsafe working conditions and the constant threat of automation replacing their jobs. She didn't just listen, she absorbed their concerns, translating them into proposals that Cale could then articulate with greater precision. She helped them understand how their struggle for better wages and safer environments was intrinsically linked to the broader goal of a fairer economy, one where businesses were incentivized to invest in their workforce rather than exploit it. She facilitated discussions between these workers and the unemployed, helping them to see that the same corporations that downsize their workforce were often the cause of widespread unemployment. Her efforts extended to the professional classes. She organized forums in community centers and repurposed office spaces, bringing together architects, doctors, teachers, and technicians. She encouraged them to share their expertise, to brainstorm solutions to the city's most pressing problems. Alara was particularly adept at highlighting the shared challenges. When discussing housing shortages, she would facilitate conversations between the architects who understood building codes and material costs, and the factory workers who had the practical skills to construct modular housing units. When addressing healthcare disparities, she would bring together doctors and nurses with community organizers to discuss accessible clinic models, and with administrative professionals who could navigate the bureaucratic hurdles. One of her most significant achievements was bridging the divide between the long-term unemployed and the newly displaced professionals. She recognized the potential for resentment between these groups, the former often feeling overlooked for years, the latter feeling their own security had been unjustly shattered. Alara facilitated workshops where individuals shared their personal stories, creating empathy and understanding. She introduced them to Cale's proposal for universal basic income, explaining how it would provide a foundation for both groups, allowing the unemployed to retrain and re-enter the workforce, and the professionals to weather economic shifts without losing their homes or their dignity. She emphasized that in Cale's vision, unemployment was not a personal failing but a societal challenge, and that a secure safety net was an investment in the city's collective human capital. Alara's organizing efforts were not always met with immediate success. There were deep-seated prejudices and entrenched interests to overcome. Some union leaders remained wary, suspicious of any movement that didn't explicitly center their specific demands. Some professionals clung to the belief that individual success was paramount, even in a broken system. There were whispers of betrayal, accusations of co-option. But Alara's quiet persistence, her unwavering belief in the power of shared humanity, began to wear down these resistances. She understood that solidarity wasn't just about shared ideals, it was about shared action. She encouraged the formation of local action committees, neighborhood-based groups that focused on tangible improvements. These committees, composed of a diverse mix of residents, former executives, factory foremen, shopkeepers, and those who had been out of work for years, began to tackle local issues. They organized food drives, not just to distribute sustenance, but to connect those who had excess with those who had none, fostering a sense of mutual support. They lobbied local authorities for better street lighting and improved public transport, demonstrating that collective action could yield practical results, even while advocating for larger systemic change. Alara actively sought out individuals who had previously held positions of power within the existing economic structures but were now disillusioned. She reasoned that their insider knowledge, combined with a genuine desire for reform, could be invaluable. She met with a former financial analyst who had been responsible for orchestrating several mass layoffs, but who now expressed deep remorse and a desire to contribute to a more equitable system. Alara listened, not to judge, but to understand his motivations and to see how his expertise could be rechanneled. She encouraged him to share his insights into market manipulation with Kale's economic advisors, helping to refine the proposals for financial regulation. Similarly, she engaged with a former executive of a major manufacturing firm, who, after witnessing the devastating impact of his company's cost-cutting measures, was eager to advocate for worker-friendly industrial policies. The message that transcended these disparate groups was one of shared aspirations. It wasn't about the abolition of wealth, but about the abolition of destitution. It wasn't about envy, but about equity. It was about the fundamental human desire for security, dignity, and the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to one's community. Kale's rhetoric, amplified by Alara's grassroots efforts, painted a picture of a city where everyone had a place, where everyone's contribution was valued, and where the fruits of collective labor were shared equitably. The concept of common good began to take on a new, tangible meaning. It was no longer an abstract philosophical ideal, but a practical goal that involved ensuring that everyone had access to safe housing, nutritious food, quality education, and comprehensive healthcare. It meant creating an economy that fostered innovation and enterprise, but did so responsibly, without leaving vast segments of the population behind. It meant that the wealth generated by the city's industries would flow back into its communities, strengthening its infrastructure, supporting its citizens, and fostering a shared sense of prosperity. Alara's role was that of a weaver, meticulously selecting threads from different communities, entangling knots of misunderstanding, and joining them with the strong, vibrant yarn of Kale's vision. She organized unity breakfasts, where former rivals shared stories and broke bread. She facilitated Skillshare workshops, where unemployed technicians taught basic computer skills to elderly residents, and where retired professionals offered mentorship to aspiring entrepreneurs. These were not grand pronouncements, but small, human-scale interactions that built trust and fostered a profound sense of solidarity. She ensured that the message of the common good was not just spoken, but lived. She encouraged the formation of cooperative housing projects, where residents pooled resources to build and maintain their homes, sharing responsibilities and reducing individual burdens. She championed the creation of community gardens, transforming neglected urban spaces into vibrant sources of fresh produce and shared endeavor. These initiatives, born from the unified efforts of previously disparate groups, became tangible manifestations of Kale's philosophy, demonstrating that when people worked together for a common purpose, they could create a better future for themselves and for their city. The unity forged in these early stages was not a fragile alliance, but a robust tapestry, woven from the shared hopes and determined actions of a people reclaiming their collective destiny. The abstract concept of the common good, once confined to academic discourse and philosophical debate, was undergoing a radical metamorphosis. It was shedding its academic skin and re-emerging as a vibrant, tangible force, etched onto the very fabric of the city. This transformation was not merely semantic. It was visual, a deliberate process of imbuing the movement with an identity that resonated on a deeper, more visceral level. The scattered whispers of discontent, once mere echoes in the urban sprawl, were now coalescing into a unified visual language, a silent yet powerful declaration of intent. The process began with simplicity, with the deliberate choice of imagery that spoke to universal aspirations rather than complex ideologies. These were not intricate crests or elaborate emblems designed to be deciphered by a select few. Instead, they were elemental, instantly recognizable, and deeply resonant. The most ubiquitous symbol to emerge was a stylized depiction of clasped hands, intertwined to form a circle. This was not a mere aesthetic choice. It was a profound representation of unity, of the interconnectedness that Kale had so tirelessly advocated for. Each hand, rendered in stark outline, represented an individual, a unique thread in the city's tapestry. Their interlocking nature spoke of mutual support, of the strength found not in isolation, but in collective embrace. The circular form, devoid of a beginning or end, symbolized continuity, an unending commitment to the shared future they were striving to build. It appeared everywhere, hand-painted on crumbling brick walls in the industrial districts, meticulously stenciled onto the pavement in the bustling market squares, and woven into rough-spun banners hung from apartment windows in the densely populated residential sectors. Complementing the imagery of the clasped hands was the recurring motif of a single, unfurling sprout pushing through barren earth. This symbol, deceptively simple, carried a profound narrative of hope and resilience. It spoke to the arduous journey of germination, the struggle against seemingly insurmountable odds to break free from the confines of stagnation and bring forth new life. For the factory workers, it represented the potential for their labor to yield not just profit for distant shareholders, but also a sustainable livelihood and a dignified future. For the unemployed, it symbolized the dormant potential within them, waiting for the right conditions to blossom into new skills and contributions. For the disillusioned professionals, it was a promise of renewal, a sign that even in the most arid economic landscapes, growth and innovation were possible when nurtured by a shared purpose. This visual metaphor of the sprout became particularly potent in the poorer districts, where the stark contrast between the gray, weathered buildings and the vibrant green of the painted or chalked sprout was a constant, visual assertion of defiance against despair. The color palette of the movement also began to solidify, chosen for its inherent psychological impact. A deep, earthy ochre, reminiscent of the very soil from which the sprout emerged, became synonymous with the movement's grounding in the needs of the common people. This was often paired with a vibrant, yet not aggressive, shade of azure blue. This blue was deliberately chosen to evoke a sense of calm, of clarity, and of an unclouded horizon, a stark contrast to the perpetual gloom that had settled over the city's psyche. It was the color of a clear sky after a long storm, a visual representation of the relief and optimism that Kale's message offered. These colors weren't just decorative, they were mnemonic devices, instantly associating the visual with the core tenets of the movement. T-shirts dyed with ochre, scarves in azure blue, and simple ribbons tied to lampposts began to appear with increasing frequency, transforming the urban landscape into a canvas for their burgeoning collective identity. But the most potent symbol, the anchor of this emergent visual language, was Kale's unwavering message, the common good. This phrase, once a somewhat academic abstraction, was rapidly being distilled into a powerful, actionable rallying cry. It was no longer a philosophical concept to be debated in hushed tones, it was a banner to be unfurled, a promise to be claimed. Alara and her growing network of organizers understood the power of repetition, of imprinting this core message onto the collective consciousness of the city. They ensured that, for the common good, was not just a slogan, but a question, a challenge, and ultimately, a statement of profound belief. The phrase was chanted at spontaneous gatherings, scrawled on hastily drawn signs, and woven into the very fabric of conversations. When a factory owner refused to implement basic safety measures, the workers would respond with chants of, "For the common good." When a landlord unjustly raised rents, the tenants would respond with banners proclaiming, "Housing is a right, for the common good." When public services were cut, citizens would organize peaceful protests, their signs bearing the unified message, "Invest in us, for the common good." The simplicity of the phrase made it accessible to all, from the most educated professional to the factory floor worker, bridging intellectual and social divides. It was a universal appeal to a shared sense of fairness, a primal recognition that the well-being of one was inextricably linked to the well-being of all. This constant reinforcement served multiple purposes. Firstly, it solidified the movement's identity, providing a clear, unambiguous message that differentiated them from fleeting fads or partisan squabbles. It allowed individuals, regardless of their background or their previous allegiances, to understand and identify with the core objective. When someone saw the clasped hands, or the unfurling sprout, or heard the resonant cry of, "For the common good," they knew precisely what it stood for. A fundamental shift towards a society that prioritized collective welfare over individual greed, that valued human dignity over profit margins, and that sought to build a future where everyone had the opportunity to thrive. Secondly, these symbols and slogans acted as powerful instruments of recruitment and solidarity. In a city where anonymity could be a shield and isolation a norm, these visible markers served as beacons for the like-minded. A solitary factory worker, walking home after a grueling shift, might see an azure blue ribbon tied to a lamppost and feel a flicker of connection, a silent acknowledgement that they were not alone in their weariness and their hope. A disillusioned architect, passing by a wall adorned with the interlocked hands, might feel a surge of inspiration, a reminder that their skills could be used for more than just the sterile dictates of profit. These symbols became conversation starters, silent invitations to engage, to inquire, and ultimately, to join. Alara, with her keen understanding of human psychology, orchestrated the strategic deployment of these symbols. She recognized that their power lay not just in their presence, but in their context. The stenciled sprouts appearing on the walls of neglected community gardens transformed those spaces into symbols of hope and renewal. The "For the Common Good" banners unfurled during protests against inadequate public transport turned a mundane issue into a profound statement about the city's priorities. She encouraged the formation of small, local, symbol brigades, groups of individuals dedicated to artfully and respectfully disseminating these visual messages throughout their neighborhoods. These were not acts of vandalism, but acts of reclaiming public space, of infusing the everyday with the spirit of their movement. The impact of this evolving visual and linguistic identity was profound. It moved beyond mere aesthetic appeal, it fostered a tangible sense of belonging. In the past, individuals had been defined by their profession, their neighborhood, or their economic status, often creating rigid social strata. Now, these symbols offered a new, unifying identity, that of a participant in the common good. This transcended previous divisions. A dockworker and a former bank teller, both wearing ochre scarves, could recognize each other as allies, as fellow travelers on the same path. This shared visual language fostered an immediate sense of camaraderie, breaking down the invisible walls that had long separated the city's inhabitants. Moreover, these symbols served as a constant reminder of the stakes involved. They were not just representations of hope, they were also silent indictments of the status quo. The vibrant sprout pushing through barren earth was a direct challenge to the economic policies that had left so much of the city feeling barren and unproductive. The interlocked hands, forming a circle of unity, were a visual refutation of the divisive narratives that had pitted neighbor against neighbor. The unwavering chant of, "For the common good," was a persistent echo, a refusal to allow the prevailing narrative of self-interest and individualistic gain to go unchallenged. Cale himself understood the critical role of these symbols. While his primary focus remained on articulating the economic and social frameworks for a better society, he never underestimated the power of emotional resonance. He would often pause during his speeches, gesturing towards a banner adorned with clasped hands, or a wall where a sprout had been freshly painted, acknowledging their significance. "Look around you," he would say, his voice resonating with conviction. "These are not just images. These are the faces of our shared aspirations. These are the seeds of our collective future. This is the language of a people reclaiming their destiny, a language spoken not just in words, but in every act of solidarity, in every symbol of unity, in every step we take together for the common good." The spread of these symbols was organic, self-replicating. Children would draw the interlocked hands in chalk on their schoolyards. Elderly residents would knit azure blue squares to be sewn together into blankets for communal use. Even those who were initially hesitant to openly embrace the movement found themselves subtly incorporating these elements into their lives, perhaps by wearing a small ochre pin or by simply acknowledging the familiar imagery with a nod. It was a quiet revolution, waged not with weapons, but with art, with words, and with a shared, unwavering belief in the possibility of a better world. The city, once a landscape of division and despair, was slowly but surely transforming into a vibrant tapestry, woven with the threads of hope, unity, and the unshakable conviction that the common good was not just an ideal, but an achievable reality. The journey was far from over, but the path had been illuminated, marked by the indelible symbols of a people united in purpose. Chapter 7. cracks in the ivory tower. The gilded salons and hushed boardrooms of the city's most opulent towers, once sanctuaries of unassailable power, began to echo with a disquietude that seeped in like a chill wind. For decades, the architects of the city's destiny, the magnates of industry, the titans of finance, the scions of old money, had operated under the assumption of their inherent right to rule. Their decisions, whether made over caviar and single malt or in closed-door conclaves, shaped the lives of millions, their influence as pervasive as the smog that sometimes choked the lower districts. They were accustomed to the deference of the populace, the quiet acceptance of their pronouncements, and the unquestioning adherence to the economic doctrines they espoused. The concept of a groundswell of popular dissent, a movement coalescing from the very foundations of the city, was an alien and unsettling notion. Their initial reactions, when the whispers of Cale's burgeoning movement first reached their ears, were largely dismissive. It was a fleeting phenomenon, they assured each other, a storm in a teacup, destined to dissipate as quickly as it had arisen. The working classes, they reasoned, were easily swayed by impassioned rhetoric, their discontent a predictable, if temporary, byproduct of economic cycles. They were, in their estimation, a manageable variable, easily placated with marginal concessions or, if necessary, firmly suppressed. The language of the common good was, to them, a nonsensical abstraction, a utopian pipe dream utterly divorced from the pragmatic realities of power and profit that governed their world. They spoke of Cale as a firebrand, a charismatic charlatan peddling dangerous fantasies, and of his followers as a deluded mob, incapable of comprehending the intricate mechanisms that kept the city's complex machinery running. Lord Harrington, a man whose family name was practically synonymous with the city's industrial heritage, had been among the first to publicly scoff. Lounging in his penthouse study, the city lights glittering like scattered diamonds below, he'd waved away concerns raised by his more anxious associates. "This Cale fellow," he boomed, his voice resonating with an arrogance forged over a lifetime of privilege, "is a mere symptom. The undercurrents of unrest are as old as industry itself. He's found a new tune to sing, and the desperate masses are dancing. But the music will fade, and they will return to their machines, to their labor. They always do." His pronouncements, amplified by the city's influential media outlets, served to reinforce the prevailing narrative. Cale and his followers were an anomaly, an inconvenient but ultimately insignificant blip on the radar of true power. However, as the weeks bled into months, the persistent, irrefutable evidence of the movement's growing traction began to chip away at their complacency. The symbols Alara and her network had so artfully disseminated, the clasped hands, the unfurling sprout, the insistent chant of, "for the common good," were no longer confined to the grimy alleyways and forgotten corners of the city. They were appearing in increasingly brazen locations, stenciled on the polished facades of corporate headquarters, subtly incorporated into the artwork displayed in avant-garde galleries, even whispered on the fringes of social gatherings previously exclusive to the elite. The azure blue and ochre hues, once relegated to the working-class districts, began to appear as fashionable accents on the clothing of those who had previously scorned such displays. It was a subtle infiltration, a quiet insinuation, that was far more insidious than any outright rebellion. The meticulously crafted narrative, the one that painted the elite as benevolent stewards and the populace as passive recipients of their wisdom, was being systematically dismantled. The commoners were not merely dancing to Cale's tune, they were composing their own symphony, a melody of collective agency that was beginning to drown out the orchestrated pronouncements of the powerful. Their ability to mobilize, to organize protests that, while peaceful, were undeniably large and visible, to articulate grievances with a clarity that resonated far beyond the docks and factories, was a phenomenon that defied the elite's established understanding of social dynamics. They had always believed themselves to be the conductors, the ones pulling the strings. Now, they were beginning to feel like puppets whose strings were being cut, one by one. The unease started as a flicker, a nagging doubt at the edges of their consciousness. It manifested in hushed conversations at exclusive clubs, intense exchanges during private dinners. The dismissive laughter began to be replaced by furrowed brows and anxious glances. The very foundations of their world, built on the bedrock of economic inequality and social stratification, were beginning to feel less secure. They had always viewed the city as their personal dominion, a vast enterprise to be managed for their own benefit, with the well-being of the populace a secondary, and often disregarded, consideration. Cale's message, however, was fundamentally challenging this paradigm. It was a direct accusation, an implicit indictment of their stewardship. Eleanor Vance, a formidable businesswoman whose empire was built on ruthless efficiency and a keen eye for market manipulation, found herself increasingly preoccupied. She, who had always prided herself on her ability to anticipate and control every aspect of her enterprises, was baffled by the sheer, unquantifiable power of Cale's appeal. "It's not just about wages or working conditions," she confessed to a confidant during a strange charity gala, her voice barely above a whisper as she gestured towards a group of young professionals sporting the movement's colors. "It's something more. A feeling. They believe in it. Truly believe. And that, my dear, is a dangerous commodity when it's shared so widely." Her usual sharp wit was dulled by a nascent fear, a recognition that the forces at play were beyond the predictable algorithms of supply and demand. The unease was not uniform, of course. Some among the elite, blinded by their entrenched privilege, remained stubbornly resistant to acknowledging the shift. They clung to the comforting illusion of their perpetual dominance, attributing the movement's growth to external factors or the temporary failings of lesser minds. But for many, a palpable sense of dread had begun to set in. They saw the faces of their own children, once eager heirs to their legacies, now drawn to Cale's message, questioning the very values they had been raised to uphold. They heard the echoes of, "for the common good," in their own homes, spoken by their domestic staff, their gardeners, their chauffeurs. The comfortable distance they had maintained between themselves and the masses was eroding, replaced by a creeping awareness of shared humanity, a recognition that the city's fate was not solely theirs to dictate. The strategic control over information, a cornerstone of their power, was also starting to crumble. While the mainstream media, still largely under their influence, continued to downplay Cale's movement, alternative channels of communication were flourishing. Word of mouth, clandestine online forums, and the very symbols that adorned the city's walls created a parallel information ecosystem that bypassed their editorial gatekeepers. The stories of genuine hardship, of systemic injustice, that Cale so eloquently articulated were spreading like wildfire, reaching ears that had previously been deaf to such narratives. Their carefully constructed reality was beginning to fracture, revealing the stark disparities and widespread discontent that lay beneath the glittering surface. This realization brought with it a profound sense of vulnerability. They had always operated from a position of perceived invincibility, their wealth and influence acting as a formidable shield. Now, they felt exposed. The casual assumption of authority, the unquestioned right to dictate terms, was being challenged not by organized opposition in the traditional sense, but by a tidal wave of collective will. They understood power in terms of capital, of leverage, of strategic alliances. They did not understand the power of shared belief, of genuine solidarity, of a populace that had finally awakened to its own collective strength. This inability to comprehend the fundamental drivers of the movement left them feeling disarmed, their usual arsenal of influence and coercion seeming increasingly impotent. The fear was not solely for their fortunes, though that was a significant concern. It was also a fear of losing control, of the unraveling of the social order that had so conveniently served their interests. They had grown accustomed to a predictable hierarchy, a system where their position at the apex was never seriously questioned. The idea of a fundamental redistribution of power, of their own influence being diluted or, worse, eradicated, was a terrifying prospect. It was the loss of an identity, the dismantling of a world order they had not only benefited from but had actively constructed. The gilded cage, which had once felt like a palace, now felt like a trap, its opulence doing little to assuage the growing dread. In the opulent boardrooms, the conversations shifted from dismissal to strategizing, but a strategizing born of desperation rather than confidence. How could they discredit Cale? How could they divide his followers? How could they reassert their control over the narrative and, by extension, the city's future? The old tactics, once so effective, now seemed clumsy and insufficient. The arrogance that had defined them for so long was giving way to a gnawing unease, a dawning realization that their comfortable dominion was no longer as secure as they had believed. The cracks in the ivory tower were not just visible, they were beginning to widen, threatening to bring the entire edifice crashing down. They were, for the first time, truly afraid, not of a rebellion they could crush, but of a transformation they could not control, a future where the common good might actually prevail over their entrenched self-interest. This was the birth of their genuine unease, a disquietude that would soon escalate into something far more desperate. The murmurs of unease within the opulent towers had matured into a distinct, strategic alarm. The architects of the city's destiny, accustomed to shaping public perception with the flick of a switch and the well-placed word, found their established mechanisms of control faltering. Kale's movement, once dismissed as a transient nuisance, had woven itself too deeply into the city's fabric to be ignored. Yet, direct confrontation, they realized, was a double-edged sword, potentially amplifying the very voice they sought to silence. Their immediate, almost instinctual response was to tighten their grip on the most potent weapon in their arsenal, the media. The major broadcast networks, the influential daily gazettes, the widely circulated magazines, all fell under the subtle, yet unmistakable, influence of the entrenched powers. A quiet directive rippled through the editorial rooms, a consensus forged in hushed board meetings and discreet phone calls. Kale's rallies, his impassioned speeches, the growing throngs that gathered to hear his vision of a city governed by the common good, were to be rendered invisible. The airwaves that once pulsed with the city's pulse, now selectively filtered, began to feel eerily silent on the subject of this burgeoning popular uprising. News cycles, once brimming with tales of economic progress and the predictable dramas of high finance, suddenly had no room for the voices rising from the districts below. It was a calculated erasure, an attempt to starve the movement of oxygen, to deny it the oxygen of public attention and, therefore, legitimacy. This media blackout was not a subtle art, it was a blunt instrument wielded with chilling precision. When Kale spoke, the cameras remained off. When his followers marched, the journalists looked the other way. The carefully curated narratives of progress and stability, the stories that reinforced the established order, continued to dominate the headlines, creating a starker contrast with the growing reality on the streets. The elite banked on the assumption that what was not seen, what was not reported, did not truly exist. They believed that by controlling the flow of information, they could control the perception of reality, thereby limiting the movement's reach and eroding its momentum. However, the very pervasiveness of their media control had bred a degree of complacency. They had grown so accustomed to their dominance over the public discourse that they underestimated the resilience of alternative channels and the inherent human need for information, for connection. Alara, ever the strategist, had anticipated this very reaction. While the mainstream media built walls, she and her network were already digging tunnels. They understood that in an age of information saturation, a blackout could, paradoxically, create a vacuum that could be filled. The fight for truth became a decentralized, almost guerrilla operation. Word of mouth, once dismissed as the gossip of the uninformed, was transformed into a critical conduit. Detailed accounts of Kale's speeches, the specific proposals for reform, the undeniable evidence of the movement's peaceful intent and growing support, were passed from person to person, from household to household. These were not abstract pronouncements. They were tangible narratives, imbued with the authenticity of lived experience, shared in hushed tones in factory break rooms, over shared meals, and in the brief, stolen moments of respite. Each personal anecdote, each first-hand account of Kale's message resonating with a neighbor or a relative, served as a potent antidote to the imposed silence. Beyond the spoken word, Alara's network activated clandestine digital channels. Encrypted forums buzzed with activity, meticulously organized and rigorously secured. Here, citizens shared information, documented instances of injustice that went unreported by the official press, and disseminated analyses of the economic policies that had led to widespread hardship. These digital spaces became virtual town squares, vibrant hubs of dissent and solidarity, where the truth, unvarnished and unfiltered, could flourish. Anonymous bloggers, operating from the shadows, offered incisive critiques of the elite's agenda, dissecting their motivations and exposing the hypocrisy at the heart of their reign. These were the voices that the powerful thought they had silenced, but who had merely found new platforms from which to speak. The visual language of the movement, the symbols of the clasped hands and the unfurling sprout, also played a crucial role in circumventing the blackout. These were not easily suppressed. They appeared in unexpected places, etched into the condensation on a cafe window, drawn in chalk on a forgotten alley wall, woven into the patterns of knitted scarves exchanged between sympathizers. Each instance was a quiet act of defiance, a visual testament to the movement's presence, a beacon for those who were searching for a sign that they were not alone. The azure blue and ochre became a coded language, a subtle acknowledgement between those who understood, a silent affirmation of shared purpose in a city that was increasingly trying to pretend they didn't exist. But the elite's strategy was not limited to mere omission. When the blackout proved insufficient, when the groundswell of support became too undeniable to ignore completely, they resorted to a more aggressive tactic, the smear campaign. Cale, the charismatic orator who inspired hope, was systematically recast. The narrative shifted from one of silence to one of distortion. He was no longer a voice for the voiceless. He was a radical, an agitator, a demagogue bent on tearing down the established order for his own nefarious purposes. The media, still under their sway, began to churn out thinly veiled attacks. News reports, disguised as objective analysis, focused on the most extreme interpretations of Cale's message, selectively highlighting potential unintended consequences of his proposed reforms. Opinion pieces, written by figures known for their loyalty to the established order, painted him as a dangerous ideologue, a threat to the city's prosperity and stability. They dredged up fabricated past indiscretions, exaggerated minor missteps, and insinuated criminal intent where none existed. The goal was not to engage with his ideas, but to poison his character, to turn public opinion against him by appealing to fear and prejudice. The very language used was designed to evoke revulsion. Words like extremist, anarchist, terrorist, and revolutionary were thrown around with reckless abandon, stripped of any context or nuance. These labels were not meant to be debated. They were intended to stick, to create an immediate, visceral reaction of distrust and fear in the minds of the populace. They were the digital equivalent of tar and feathers, meant to ostracize and discredit Cale and, by extension, his movement. His followers, too, were painted with the same broad brush, described as a mob, a deluded rabble, incapable of rational thought and easily manipulated by a charismatic deceiver. The aim was to sow seeds of doubt, to create a schism within the movement itself. By attacking Cale's character, they hoped to undermine the faith his followers placed in him. If people believed their leader was corrupt or dangerous, they would be less likely to support his cause. This strategy preyed on the human tendency to rely on trusted sources and the inherent difficulty of discerning truth from falsehood in a media landscape deliberately saturated with misinformation. Alara and her inner circle recognized the danger. The smear campaigns were designed to exploit existing societal anxieties and prejudices. They knew that simply denying the accusations would be insufficient. The sheer volume and repetition of the misinformation would likely create a lingering doubt. Their counter-strategy had to be as sophisticated as the attack. They focused on reinforcing the positive aspects of Cale's message and the tangible benefits of the movement's objectives. They amplified stories of genuine community support, of individuals who had found hope and purpose through their involvement, and of the practical, achievable steps the movement proposed to address the city's systemic problems. The clandestine networks became a crucial battleground. Here, Alara's team meticulously debunked the false narratives, providing evidence and context to counter the smear campaigns. They shared verifiable facts, highlighted the inconsistencies in the media's reporting, and exposed the vested interests behind the attacks. They encouraged critical thinking, urging individuals to question the sources of information and to rely on their own judgment and the shared experiences within their communities. The message was clear: do not let fear and deception dictate your understanding. The movement's symbols, once merely affirmations of unity, now took on a new significance. The clasped hands, for instance, became a potent symbol of solidarity against division, a visual reminder that true strength lay in unity, not in succumbing to the elite's attempts to fracture them. The unfurling sprouts symbolized growth and resilience, the ability to overcome the harsh environment created by the powerful, to push through the cracks of oppression and misinformation. The mantra, "for the common good," became not just a slogan, but a shield against the cynicism and self-interest that the elite sought to impose. It was a constant reaffirmation of their core values, a reminder of what they were fighting for, and why the accusations against them were baseless. The elite, in their desperation, also began to employ more direct tactics of intimidation. While the media blackout and smear campaigns operated in the realm of public perception, these were aimed at individuals. Those who had been particularly vocal or active in the movement began to experience subtle, and sometimes not so subtle, forms of harassment. Small businesses that were known to be sympathetic to Cale's cause found their permits mysteriously revoked or their inspections suddenly becoming unusually stringent. Employees who were identified as key organizers suddenly found themselves facing baseless disciplinary actions or unexpected layoffs. These were calculated acts, designed to instill fear and discourage participation, to make the cost of dissent too high for individuals to bear. The city's infrastructure, once designed to facilitate commerce and daily life, was subtly weaponized. Public transportation routes were rerouted to bypass areas where large gatherings were anticipated. Permits for community events, even those that were entirely peaceful, were denied on spurious technicalities. The machinery of bureaucracy, once an impartial facilitator, was now being used as a tool of suppression, a quiet, insidious form of control that operated beneath the radar of the mass media's selective reporting. Yet, the very overreach of these tactics often served to backfire. The arbitrary nature of the bureaucratic hurdles, the thinly veiled pretext for the layoffs, the blatant unfairness of the intensified inspections, all served as further evidence to those who were already questioning the established order. These acts of repression, meant to divide and conquer, often had the opposite effect, galvanizing support and reinforcing the narrative that the elite were indeed afraid, that they were resorting to unfair and unethical means to maintain their power. Alara and her network responded by documenting these instances of repression. They collected testimonies, gathered evidence, and shared these stories through their alternative channels. Each incident of petty tyranny became a testament to the movement's growing threat in the eyes of the elite. They understood that while the powerful could control the headlines, they could not entirely control the lived experiences of the people. And those experiences, when shared and validated, were a powerful source of resistance. The media blackout had created a void, and the smear campaigns had revealed the desperation of those trying to fill it. In this space, the truth, disseminated through human connection and digital ingenuity, was proving to be a force more potent than the elite had ever anticipated. The cracks in the ivory tower were not just widening, they were being actively chiseled away by the persistent efforts of those who refused to be silenced or discredited. The battle for the city's soul was now being fought on multiple fronts, from the hushed boardrooms to the encrypted digital forums, and on the very streets the elite claimed to govern. The whispers of discontent, carefully nurtured and amplified, began to morph into something more insidious. The architects of the city's gilded cage, having failed to silence Cale through media manipulation and outright slander, recognized a deeper vulnerability, the very fabric of the populace they ostensibly served. Their previous attempts had focused on the external perception of the movement, attempting to starve it of oxygen or poison its image. Now, they turned their gaze inward, seeking to ignite a conflagration of internal strife. The goal was no longer simply to discredit Cale, but to dismantle the fragile unity he had so painstakingly forged, to turn brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor, until the movement consumed itself from within. This was a battle fought not with headlines or encrypted messages, but with carefully placed barbs, with ancient prejudices stirred from their slumber. The elite, masters of strategy, understood that a united front, no matter how popular, could crumble if its constituent parts were set at odds. They began to subtly, almost imperceptibly, inject venom into the city's social bloodstream. The funding streams, once directed towards overtly political campaigns or propaganda arms, now flowed through opaque shell corporations and ostensibly philanthropic organizations, their ultimate destination masked by layers of financial obfuscation. These funds, however, found their way to individuals and groups who specialized in the art of division. Small, seemingly innocuous organizations began to spring up, their charters professing noble aims: cultural preservation, neighborhood watch, historical accuracy, but their true purpose was far more destructive. They became amplifiers of grievance, meticulously cataloging perceived slights and historical injustices, not to foster understanding or reconciliation, but to breed resentment. Suddenly, narratives that had long been dormant were resurrected. The old resentments between the dockworkers, union, and the artisans, guild, the lingering distrust between the northern and southern districts, the historical schisms between ethnic enclaves that had once been papered over by shared hardship, all were fanned into flames. These groups, often populated by individuals who felt marginalized by the very movement they sought to undermine, acted as proxies for the elite. They didn't need to overtly declare their allegiance; their actions spoke volumes. They organized rallies, but not in support of Cale's vision. Instead, these were gatherings dedicated to lamenting the loss of cultural identity, to decrying the perceived erosion of traditional values by newcomers, or to highlighting supposed economic disadvantages faced by one group at the expense of another. The language was couched in terms of self-interest and historical grievance, carefully avoiding any direct mention of Cale or his movement, yet invariably creating an atmosphere of animosity that seeped into the broader societal discourse. Alara, ever vigilant, began to notice the pattern. It wasn't the overt attacks that concerned her; those were predictable. It was the subtle, almost organic emergence of these divisive narratives, the way they seemed to tap into pre-existing fault lines with uncanny precision. She saw how a seemingly innocent discussion about resource allocation in a community meeting could be subtly steered towards accusations of favoritism, how a debate about job training programs could devolve into claims that certain demographics were being unfairly prioritized. These were not spontaneous outbursts; they were orchestrated campaigns, designed to create an us versus them mentality within the very populace that was uniting against a common oppressor. The elite understood that Cale's movement drew strength from its inclusivity, its appeal to a broad spectrum of citizens united by a shared desire for justice and a better future. To fracture this unity was to sever the movement's lifeline. They began to spread insidious rumors, designed to sow discord and distrust. Whispers circulated that Cale, despite his claims of championing the common good, was secretly beholden to certain ethnic factions, that his promises of reform would disproportionately benefit one group at the expense of others. The objective was to make people question the motives of their fellow citizens, to make them suspicious of those who looked, spoke, or worshipped differently. For instance, Cale's commitment to providing affordable housing for all was twisted into a narrative that suggested it would lead to an influx of outsiders, displacing long-standing residents, thereby devaluing neighborhoods and straining local resources. The emphasis shifted from housing for the needy to outsiders taking over. Similarly, his plans to diversify the city's economy, moving away from its reliance on a few dominant industries, were reframed as a direct attack on the livelihoods of those whose jobs were tied to the existing structures, fostering an environment of fear and resistance among those very workers Cale sought to empower. Alara recognized that these divisive tactics were sophisticated, playing on deep-seated human tendencies towards tribalism and suspicion. She knew that a direct rebuttal, a simple denial of these accusations, would likely be insufficient. The seeds of doubt, once sown, tended to fester. Her strategy had to be proactive, focusing on reinforcing the foundational principles of the movement and fostering genuine understanding and empathy among its diverse supporters. She began by intensifying her efforts to highlight the commonalities that bound the citizens together, rather than the differences that the elite sought to exploit. The clandestine forums, which had previously served as hubs for disseminating news and organizing protests, were retasked as platforms for intergroup dialogue. Alara's team facilitated discussions where representatives from different districts, ethnic backgrounds, and professions could share their experiences, their hopes, and their fears. The aim was to humanize the other, to break down the stereotypes and prejudices that the elite were so eager to perpetuate. These digital town halls were not always easy. They were often fraught with tension, with old wounds occasionally being reopened. But under the careful moderation of Alara's trusted operatives, these discussions became crucibles where understanding was forged. Testimonies were shared about the shared struggles of single mothers across different communities, about the common desire for safe neighborhoods for children regardless of postcode, about the universal yearning for dignity and economic security that transcended racial or ethnic lines. Beyond the digital realm, Alara's network began organizing smaller, more intimate gatherings in physical spaces, community centers, shared courtyards, even private homes. These were not mass rallies designed to showcase the movement's strength, but carefully curated events designed to foster personal connections. Potlucks where neighbors who had previously only exchanged polite nods were encouraged to share food and conversation. Skill-sharing workshops where individuals from different backgrounds could teach and learn from each other, building practical bridges of cooperation. Book clubs that focused on literature that explored themes of unity, empathy, and the dangers of division. The symbols of the movement, the clasped hands and the unfurling sprout, took on a renewed significance. They were no longer just emblems of solidarity, they became active tools for combating division. Hand-painted banners depicting people of all colors and backgrounds holding hands appeared in public spaces, a visual counter-narrative to the divisive rhetoric. The sprout, once a symbol of growth, was now depicted pushing through a cracked wall, representing the movement's ability to overcome the attempts to fracture it. Alara understood that the elite's strategy of reigniting social tensions was a desperate gambit, a sign of their weakening grip on power. They were resorting to old, dirty tricks because they lacked the substance to win on principles or policy. Their hope was that by creating internal friction, they could weaken the movement's resolve and diminish its appeal, forcing people to retreat into their tribal enclaves rather than unite under a common banner. The challenge for Alara was immense. She had to not only counteract the spread of misinformation and prejudice but also actively cultivate a deeper sense of shared identity and purpose among a populace that had been conditioned for generations to be wary of each other. It was a battle for the hearts and minds, fought on a micro level, person by person, conversation by conversation. One particularly insidious tactic employed by the elite involved funding so-called identity preservation groups. These organizations would present themselves as defenders of a particular cultural heritage, often painting other groups as threats to their existence. They would highlight historical grievances, real or imagined, and use inflammatory language to stoke fear and resentment. For example, one such group, funded through a labyrinthine network of offshore accounts, began a campaign lamenting the dilution of our ancestral language, and blaming recent immigrant communities for the perceived decline. Their pamphlets, distributed discreetly in working-class neighborhoods, spoke of outsiders, eroding the city's true identity and taking away opportunities from those who had been there for generations. Alara's network worked tirelessly to expose the funding sources of these divisive groups. Through investigative journalism conducted by individuals working in deep cover, they managed to trace the money back to a consortium of powerful business leaders and old money families who had a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. This information, once verified and corroborated, was carefully disseminated through the clandestine channels, revealing the puppet masters behind the scenes. The narrative was shifted. These weren't organic community concerns, they were manufactured conflicts, designed to weaken the collective bargaining power of the populace. Another tactic involved deliberately misinterpreting Cale's proposals regarding public services. When Cale spoke of investing in universal healthcare, the divisive groups, subtly guided by the elite strategists, began spreading rumors that this meant the existing private healthcare sector would be dismantled, leading to job losses for medical professionals and technicians. The message was tailored to different groups. To healthcare workers, it was a threat to their careers. To those who were already wary of government intervention, it was a step towards socialism that would bankrupt the city. Alara countered this by organizing informational sessions led by respected medical professionals who were sympathetic to the movement. These experts explained the nuances of Cale's proposals, emphasizing how universal healthcare could actually create more jobs by expanding access to care and preventative medicine, and how it would ensure that everyone, regardless of their employment status or financial situation, could receive necessary medical attention. They highlighted the success of similar systems in other cities, presenting data and testimonials to debunk the fear-mongering. The elite also weaponized historical narratives. They funded revisionist historians who sought to reframe past conflicts as one-sided oppressions, conveniently omitting the complexities and shared responsibilities. This was done to deepen existing animosities between different ethnic or class groups. For instance, they might selectively highlight instances of past exploitation by one group against another, ignoring decades of cooperation and interdependence, and presenting these isolated incidents as representative of a perpetual state of conflict. Alara's team responded by promoting a more holistic and nuanced understanding of the city's history. They organized public lectures and produced documentaries that explored the intricate tapestry of intergroup relations, acknowledging past wrongs but also celebrating moments of solidarity and shared struggle. They emphasized that the city's progress had always been a collective endeavor, built on the contributions of all its citizens, and that the current challenges were a result of systemic failures, not the inherent flaws of any particular group. The psychological impact of these divisive tactics was significant. People who had felt a sense of camaraderie at Kale's rallies now found themselves looking at their neighbors with suspicion. The shared hope that had begun to blossom was now threatened by the thorny tendrils of doubt and mistrust. Alara recognized that the battle against these divisive tactics was not merely about presenting facts, it was about nurturing a deeper sense of shared humanity and common purpose. She initiated a campaign focused on common ground. This involved actively seeking out and highlighting instances where people from different backgrounds were already working together towards shared goals, often on issues unrelated to Kale's political movement. A neighborhood cleanup initiative involving residents from previously segregated areas, a joint cultural festival organized by diverse community groups, a mutual aid network established to support families facing economic hardship, these were the stories Alara's network amplified. The message was clear. Division was the elite's weapon, but unity, in its myriad forms, was the people's strength. The elite's strategy was akin to a poisoner's art, introducing slow-acting toxins into the body politic. They were not looking for a swift victory, but for a gradual weakening, a systemic decay that would render the movement inert. They understood that public opinion, once fractured, was difficult to mend. By making people question their neighbors, they hoped to achieve what censorship and slander had failed to do: isolate individuals and erode the collective will to resist. Alara's counter-strategy was a continuous, often exhausting, effort to mend the tears in the social fabric. It involved a delicate balance of exposing the manipulations of the elite while simultaneously fostering genuine understanding and empathy among the populace. She knew that the battle for the city's soul was as much about rebuilding trust and community as it was about challenging corrupt institutions. The cracks in the ivory tower were indeed widening, but the elite's attempts to exploit societal divisions were inadvertently revealing the depth of their own desperation and the resilience of the human spirit's desire for connection and justice. The fight was far from over, and the battlefield had expanded from the streets and the airwaves to the very hearts and minds of the city's people. The city, a sprawling monument to opulence and inequality, hummed with a discordant symphony. Beneath the veneer of progress and prosperity, a chilling narrative was unfolding, one of silent coercion and the crushing weight of economic dependence. The elite, having failed to quell the rising tide of dissent through overt propaganda and character assassination, were now tightening their grip, wielding the invisible reins of power with an unnerving precision. Loyalty, once a matter of conviction, was being systematically transformed into a desperate act of self-preservation, a fearful adherence to the established order for fear of utter ruin. Consider the case of Master Elias Thorne, the renowned clockmaker whose intricate timepieces had graced the chambers of the city's most influential figures for decades. His workshop, a sanctuary of gears and springs, was not just a place of business, it was a legacy, passed down through generations, each clock a testament to meticulous craftsmanship and unwavering dedication. Elias, a man of quiet integrity, had found himself increasingly drawn to Kale's vision. The promises of fair wages, of a more equitable distribution of the city's vast resources, resonated deeply with the skilled artisans who toiled in relative obscurity, their contributions often overlooked by the very patrons who admired their work. Elias had, in a moment of hopeful idealism, publicly pledged his support to Cale's nascent movement, a decision that would soon prove to be the undoing of his carefully constructed world. Within days of his public declaration, a subtle chill permeated the once bustling patronage that had sustained his business. Orders, once flowing with a steady rhythm, began to dwindle. Then, they stopped altogether. The usual commissions for elaborate grandfather clocks and bespoke pocket watches, the lifeblood of his trade, ceased. Whispers, carried on the wind of rumor and insinuation, began to reach his ears. The influential families, the titans of industry who had been his most loyal clients, were now advised against associating with Thorne. It wasn't an overt decree, but a series of veiled warnings, couched in the language of social discretion and investment prudence. A man involved in unconventional politics, one prominent industrialist had mused to another in a hushed conversation overheard by Thorne's discreet network of informants, is a risk. One can't be too careful about where one's investments lie, financially or socially. The effect was immediate and devastating. Thorne's small but dedicated staff, who relied on the workshop for their livelihoods, began to look at him with a mixture of apprehension and resentment. Their own families depended on the steady income, and the specter of unemployment, particularly in a city where the elite controlled the vast majority of employment opportunities, was a terrifying prospect. Elias, once a respected employer, found himself in the agonizing position of being unable to provide for his loyal workers, the very people he had sought to uplift through his support of Cale. The risk, spoken of by the industrialist, was not merely to Thorne's reputation, but to the economic stability of every individual connected to him. The pressure intensified. A rival clockmaker, a craftsman known for his mediocre work but his advantageous connections, suddenly found himself inundated with orders, his shoddy pieces somehow deemed acceptable, even desirable, by Thorne's former clientele. This rival, a man named Silas Blackwood, was known to frequent the smoky backrooms of exclusive clubs, a place where deals were struck and destinies were quietly sealed. Blackwood, a sycophant of the highest order, had made no secret of his disdain for Cale and his movement, and his sudden surge in business was a clear signal of the elite's preference for compliant mediocrity over principled excellence. Thorne's intricate, soul-crafted pieces were now deemed too controversial, too divisive, to adorn the homes of the city's elite. The financial pressure began to manifest in other ways. Thorne's suppliers, once eager to deliver their high-quality materials, became hesitant. Credit lines, previously extended with ease, were suddenly retracted. Small, ostensibly independent businesses, their own survival dependent on the goodwill of the city's magnates, found themselves compelled to sever ties with Thorne. It was a coordinated effort, a tightening of the economic noose, designed to isolate him and make his continued descent impossible. He tried to secure loans from financial institutions, but his applications were met with polite, yet firm, rejections, often accompanied by thinly veiled advice to reconsider his current affiliations. The message was clear: support Cale, and watch your life unravel. This was not an isolated incident. The city's underbelly was rife with similar stories, each one a testament to the pervasive influence of the elite. Consider the case of the small publishing house, New Dawn Press, which had dared to print pamphlets advocating for Cale's reforms. Their owner, a fiery idealist named Anya Sharma, had poured her life savings into the venture, believing in the power of the written word to ignite change. The day after the first batch of Cale's manifestos rolled off their presses, Anya found herself facing a barrage of legal challenges. Frivolous lawsuits concerning copyright infringement, zoning violations, and even unsubstantiated claims of libel were suddenly filed, each one meticulously crafted to drain her resources and tie her up in expensive, protracted legal battles. Her distributors, fearing reprisal, quickly terminated their contracts. Major bookstores, previously eager to stock their titles, suddenly developed inventory limitations. Anya's suppliers of paper and ink, their own businesses fragile, were pressured to cease deliveries. The city's printing guild, influenced by prominent figures who held substantial shares in the larger, more compliant printing corporations, issued warnings to its members: subtly hinting that any collaboration with New Dawn Press would jeopardize their own standing within the guild and, by extension, their access to larger contracts. Anya, a woman who had dreamt of fostering intellectual discourse, was now facing the very real prospect of bankruptcy, her voice being systematically silenced not by censorship, but by the crushing weight of legal and financial obstacles. Even seemingly innocuous businesses were not immune. The small bakery in the artisan quarter, renowned for its exquisite sourdough bread, found itself on the receiving end of a brutal campaign when its owner, a kind-faced woman named Isabella Rossi, was seen donating a small sum to a local support group for families displaced by redevelopment projects Kale had vocally opposed. Within weeks, Isabella's bakery was plagued by a series of inexplicable inspections. Health officials, ostensibly concerned with hygiene standards, found minor infractions, a misplaced cleaning supply, a slightly outdated ingredient label, that resulted in hefty fines and temporary closures. Competitors, suddenly able to secure prime locations vacated by Isabella's struggling establishment, began to appear, their products often of inferior quality but their pricing aggressively low, clearly subsidized by unseen benefactors. The message was clear: even acts of simple charity, when aligned with Kale's ideals, were to be met with swift and severe punishment. These were not isolated acts of malice, they were calculated strategies, woven into the very fabric of the city's economic and social structure. The elite understood that direct confrontation with Kale's burgeoning movement was becoming increasingly risky, their public image already tarnished. Instead, they opted for a more insidious approach: the systematic erosion of support, the demonstration of the dire personal consequences for anyone who dared to deviate from the established hierarchy. They created a climate of fear, not through brute force, but through the subtle manipulation of opportunity and livelihood. The message disseminated through these actions was brutally effective: loyalty to Kale, or to any idea that challenged the status quo, came at a price that few could afford to pay. It was the price of one's home, one's career, one's children's future. The city, once a beacon of possibility for many, was transforming into a gilded cage, its bars forged from economic dependency and the chilling specter of reprisal. The people, who had begun to dream of a brighter future, found themselves increasingly tethered to their present struggles, forced to choose between the flickering hope of change and the tangible security of their existing, albeit meager, circumstances. This strategy of patronage and coercion extended even to the fringes of society, places where the elite's influence was less direct but no less potent. Consider the street performers, the musicians, the artists who added a vibrant, albeit unofficial, layer to the city's cultural landscape. Many of them, drawn to Kale's message of empowerment and inclusivity, began incorporating subtle nods to his movement into their performances. A street musician might play a melody associated with the movement's early days, or a dancer might incorporate a gesture that symbolized solidarity. However, these artists quickly discovered that their expressions of support had tangible consequences. Permits to perform in popular public spaces, once easily obtained, became subject to rigorous scrutiny and arbitrary denial. Police officers, often emboldened by subtle directives from higher authorities, would frequently intervene, citing minor disturbances or unsubstantiated noise complaints, effectively shutting down performances mid-song. Local businesses, pressured by the city's powerful business associations, would withdraw their tacit approval, making it impossible for performers to set up in their usual spots. The vibrant street art that had begun to appear, depicting themes of unity and resilience, was systematically scrubbed away by city cleaning crews under the guise of urban beautification initiatives. Even those who relied on the generosity of strangers found their livelihoods threatened. Beggars, who often formed informal networks and shared prime locations, found themselves facing increased competition. New individuals, often paid by unseen orchestrators, would appear, their demeanor aggressive, their presence designed to drive away the established performers. These individuals, often rough and imposing, would intimidate other street dwellers, demanding a cut of their earnings or outright harassing them until they moved on. It was a crude but effective method of disrupting the fragile ecosystems of the city's marginalized communities, ensuring that even the poorest citizens understood the consequences of deviating from the approved social script. The impact of this systematic pressure was deeply psychological. It fostered an environment of pervasive anxiety, where every interaction, every decision, was fraught with the potential for unseen repercussions. People became more guarded, more hesitant to express their true opinions. The burgeoning sense of community, so carefully nurtured by Cale's movement, began to fray as individuals became increasingly isolated, fearful of being associated with anything that might attract the unwelcome attention of the elite. Alara, observing these developments with a growing sense of urgency, recognized the true genius of the elite's strategy. It was not about crushing dissent with an iron fist, but about slowly, inexorably, strangling it through the manipulation of necessity. They had turned the very systems that were supposed to support and nourish the city into instruments of control. The intricate web of commerce, employment, and social interaction, which should have fostered connection and progress, was being used to enforce compliance. She saw how a talented young architect, whose designs were praised for their innovative approach to sustainable urban living, found his promising career stalled when he refused to compromise his vision to incorporate luxury elements favored by a powerful developer. His projects were consistently rejected by the city planning board, his proposals deemed unfeasible or too expensive, despite his impeccable credentials. He was offered lucrative positions in other cities, far from the elite's immediate influence, but the thought of leaving his community, his home, was a bitter pill to swallow. His loyalty to his principles was directly costing him his career. Similarly, a brilliant scientist, working on groundbreaking research in renewable energy, was denied critical funding from the city's philanthropic foundations when her work began to challenge the established energy monopolies. Her research, poised to offer a viable alternative to the polluting industries that formed the bedrock of the city's wealth, was deemed too speculative and politically inconvenient. She found herself constantly battling for resources, her laboratory equipment aging, her research assistants leaving for more stable, albeit less impactful, positions. The pursuit of knowledge, when it threatened vested interests, was being systematically starved of the very sustenance it required to flourish. The most insidious aspect of this system of control was its subtlety. It was rarely overt. Instead, it was a series of recommendations, of guidelines, of understandings. A nod from the right person, a whispered word in the right ear, was often all it took to derail a career, to bankrupt a business, to silence a voice. This made it incredibly difficult to fight, as there was no clear enemy to confront, no specific decree to challenge. It was like trying to fight a phantom, a pervasive influence that seeped into every aspect of life. Alara understood that the price of loyalty to Cale's ideals was becoming prohibitively high for many. The movement, which had begun with such fervent hope and widespread enthusiasm, was now facing a crisis of attrition. People were not abandoning Cale's cause because they disagreed with his vision, they were being forced to abandon it out of sheer necessity, out of a primal instinct for self-preservation. The elite had masterfully weaponized the fundamental human need for security and stability, turning it into a tool of oppression. The cracks in the ivory tower were indeed widening, but the elite's response was not to concede, but to reinforce their hold, to demonstrate that loyalty to the established order, however unjust, was the only path to survival in their meticulously constructed world. The cost of dissent, they were proving, was nothing less than everything. The elite's carefully orchestrated campaign of economic strangulation, while undeniably potent, was not entirely impervious to the forces it sought to suppress. Cale, a man forged in the crucible of conviction, remained an unyielding beacon. His integrity, as previously demonstrated by Master Thorn's plight, was not a commodity to be bartered or a weakness to be exploited. Instead, it served as a gravitational center, drawing to him those who still believed in the possibility of a more just society. The very severity of the elite's tactics, the blatant demonstration of how livelihoods were being deliberately shattered, paradoxically amplified the injustice in the eyes of many, planting seeds of doubt even among those who outwardly adhered to the established order. Whispers, distinct from the poisoned rumors spread by the elite, began to circulate. These were not whispers of fear, but of contemplation. Within the gilded halls where decisions were made, and fortunes were managed, a subtle disquiet began to manifest. Not all within the citadel of power were entirely consumed by the avarice and ruthlessness that characterized its uppermost echelons. There were those who occupied positions of influence, individuals who had benefited from the system, perhaps even contributed to its edifice, but who retained a vestige of conscience, or at least a pragmatic understanding of the dangers of unchecked autocracy. Consider, for instance, Minister Valerius, a man tasked with overseeing the city's infrastructure and public works. Valerius was not a man of grand ideals, but of meticulous order and measurable progress. He had long prided himself on the city's advancements under his tenure, the gleaming new bridges, the expanded water systems, the efficient public transport. Yet, he was not oblivious to the human cost of this progress. He had observed, with a growing sense of unease, the subtle but deliberate redirection of resources. Funds that were earmarked for community development, for the beautification of public spaces that serve the broader populace, were increasingly being diverted to projects that catered exclusively to the elite, or, more disturbingly, being channeled into the clandestine efforts to undermine Cale's movement. Valerius had a reputation for pragmatism, for understanding the intricate mechanics of the city's governance. He saw the elite's current strategy not as a display of strength, but as a desperate maneuver. He recognized that while economic pressure could indeed stifle dissent, it also bred resentment. And resentment, when left unchecked, could fester into something far more volatile than mere protest. He had seen historical accounts of empires crumbling not under direct assault, but from internal decay, from the erosion of public trust and the alienation of its populace. The elite, in their zeal to maintain absolute control, were actively cultivating the very conditions that could lead to their downfall. His unease was compounded by the quality of the work being commissioned. The rival clockmaker, Silas Blackwood, was indeed receiving a deluge of orders, but Valerius, a connoisseur of craftsmanship, could see the shoddy nature of the output. The mechanisms were crude, the aesthetics uninspired. This was not the work of a master, but of an opportunist. The fact that such inferior craftsmanship was being celebrated, while the genuine artistry of Elias Thorne was being systematically suppressed, struck Valerius as a perversion of value, a clear indicator of a system prioritizing sycophancy over substance. He began to question the long-term viability of a city that celebrated mediocrity and punished excellence, simply because excellence dared to question the prevailing dogma. He also noted the increasing bureaucratic friction that Cale's initiatives, even those aimed at community well-being, encountered. Proposals for improved public sanitation in the lower districts, for the establishment of community gardens in neglected urban spaces, were being met with inexplicable delays and a labyrinth of procedural hurdles. These were not initiatives that threatened the core economic interests of the elite, but they were initiatives that empowered the common people, that fostered a sense of collective agency, precisely the kind of developments Cale's movement championed. Valerius, a man who valued efficiency, found this obstruction baffling and, frankly, inefficient. It felt less like governance and more like obstruction for the sake of obstruction, a clear sign that the elite's focus had shifted from governance to pure control. Another figure whose internal conflict began to surface was Lady Isolde Vance, a prominent patron of the arts and a member of several influential philanthropic boards. Lady Vance, whose family had amassed considerable wealth through generations of shrewd investments, had always seen herself as a benevolent force within the city, a curator of its cultural heritage. She had championed numerous artistic endeavors, funded cultural institutions, and believed that a thriving artistic scene was essential to a civilized society. However, the elite's recent actions had begun to chafe against her sensibilities. She had personally supported Anya Sharma's New Dawn Press, finding Anya's passion for disseminating diverse voices and challenging narratives genuinely inspiring. Lady Vance had even contributed a significant sum to the press's initial funding, believing it to be a valuable addition to the city's intellectual landscape. Now, she was hearing reports of Anya's crippling legal battles, of the sudden and inexplicable termination of distribution agreements. She knew Anya's work was not libelous or plagiaristic, she had read the pamphlets herself. The onslaught of lawsuits and the abrupt withdrawal of support from previously amenable partners struck her as nothing short of harassment, a brutal suppression of free expression. Lady Vance also found herself in a difficult position regarding the city's cultural festivals. Traditionally, these events had been open to a wide array of performers and artists, fostering a vibrant and eclectic atmosphere. Now, under subtle pressure from certain influential members of the city council, there was a push to curate the performers more strictly, to exclude those who had shown any discernible sympathy for Cale or his ideas. This meant sidelining talented musicians and performers who had previously graced the festival stages, their only transgression being their unspoken alignment with a burgeoning popular sentiment. The idea of a controlled, cultural landscape, devoid of spontaneity and genuine expression, felt antithetical to everything Lady Vance believed in. She began to notice a pattern. The more the elite sought to enforce conformity, the less genuine vibrancy the city seemed to possess. The art being showcased in the galleries aligned with the elite's preferred tastes felt sterile, repetitive, lacking the edge and innovation that had once characterized the city's artistic output. The music played in the exclusive clubs, while technically proficient, lacked soul. It was as if the very act of suppressing dissenting voices was also, inadvertently, stifling the creative spirit of the entire city. Lady Vance, accustomed to wielding influence through her network and her considerable resources, began to explore avenues of subtle resistance. She couldn't openly defy the elite. The consequences for her family and her businesses would be too severe. But she could, perhaps, operate in the shadows. She started discreetly channeling funds to artists and writers who had been blacklisted or whose projects had been defunded, routing the support through intermediaries and less conspicuous channels. She used her influence to lobby for the reinstatement of permits for street performers whose only offense was displaying a K-list symbol. She began to host private salons, inviting artists, thinkers, and even those who had suffered under the elite's pressure, fostering an environment where open discussion, however hushed, could still occur. These acts, though seemingly small, represented significant cracks in the monolithic facade of elite control. They were acts of quiet defiance, undertaken by individuals who, while benefiting from the existing system, were beginning to find its moral compromises unbearable. They were individuals who understood that a society built on fear and suppression, however economically stable it appeared on the surface, was ultimately unsustainable and, more importantly, deeply unfulfilling. The impact of Cale's unwavering commitment was also becoming apparent in unexpected ways. His refusal to be cowed by the elite's machinations, his continued public appearances and impassioned speeches, served as a constant reminder that a viable alternative existed. While the elite focused on isolating and punishing his supporters, Cale continued to articulate his vision with clarity and conviction. He spoke not of vengeance, but of rebuilding, of creating a society where merit was rewarded, where opportunity was not a birthright of the privileged, but a possibility for all. His message resonated particularly with the younger generation, those who had not yet been fully indoctrinated into the rigid hierarchies of the city. They saw the blatant hypocrisy of a system that preached progress while actively stifling innovation and punishing independent thought. They heard the stories of Thorne, of Anya, of Isabella, and they understood that the price of maintaining the status quo was the squandering of talent and the stifling of potential. Moreover, Cale's movement was proving surprisingly adept at adapting. While the elite believed they were systematically dismantling Cale's network through economic pressure, the movement was learning to operate in more decentralized, resilient ways. Support groups, once overt and public, began to form more organically, in small, informal gatherings in homes, in community centers that were less directly under the elite's watchful gaze, even online through encrypted channels. The spirit of mutual aid that had characterized the movement's early days resurfaced, with individuals sharing resources, information, and emotional support to weather the storm of elite retaliation. This resilience was not born of abstract idealism alone. It was also fueled by a growing realization among the populace that the elite's grip, while powerful, was not absolute. The very methods they employed to maintain control, the pervasive surveillance, the manipulation of information, the economic coercion, were also creating a network of discontent that, while fractured, was widespread. The more the elite tightened their fist, the more they exposed their own insecurity and the more they inadvertently unified those who felt oppressed. The cracks in the ivory tower were not yet gaping chasms, but they were undeniable. They appeared in the hesitant questions of officials like Valerius, in the quiet acts of patronage from figures like Lady Vance, and in the persistent, unwavering voice of Cale himself. The elite had calculated that fear and economic hardship would be sufficient to break the spirit of the movement. They had underestimated the power of persistent hope, the strength of shared conviction, and the inherent human desire for a just and equitable society. The ivory tower, so long a symbol of impregnable authority, was beginning to show the strain, groaning under the pressure of a vision that refused to be extinguished, and the quiet, yet determined, resistance of those who dared to believe in a different future. The carefully constructed walls of privilege were no longer perceived as insurmountable, but as increasingly brittle, vulnerable to the persistent forces of conscience and the unwavering light of a compelling ideal. The landscape was indeed shifting, and the foundations of the established order, while still formidable, were no longer as secure as they once appeared. The elite's strategy of isolating and crushing dissent was inadvertently creating a more subtle, yet potentially more dangerous, form of opposition, a network of quiet dissenters, working from within and without, chipping away at the edifice of their power, one small act of defiance at a time. Chapter 8. The Fight for Fairness. The elite, in their hubris, had assumed that economic pressure and the calculated suppression of key figures would be enough to extinguish the embers of dissent. They envisioned a populace cowed into submission, a society where the fear of losing one's livelihood would silence any thought of rebellion. They saw the dismantling of Elias Thorne's workshop and the legal entanglements ensnaring Anya Sharma as definitive victories, the undeniable proof that challenging the established order carried an insurmountable cost. What they failed to grasp was the nature of true resilience, the way in which organized oppression, rather than crushing hope, could refine it, honing it into a sharper, more potent instrument of change. Cale's message had always been about more than just denouncing the injustices of the elite, it was about building an alternative. While the elite were busy building walls, Cale and his growing network were busy weaving threads, connecting individuals and communities through shared purpose and mutual understanding. This was the fertile ground from which organized resistance began to sprout, a testament to the fact that even in the darkest of times, human ingenuity and the yearning for fairness could find ways to flourish. Alara, her spirit ignited by Cale's unwavering resolve and the undeniable evidence of the elite's cruelty, found herself increasingly drawn into the burgeoning organizational efforts. She had always possessed a keen mind for logistics and a natural ability to connect with people, skills that were now in high demand. Her initial involvement was tentative, a series of hushed conversations in the back rooms of sympathetic taverns, a discreet dissemination of information passed hand to hand. But as the need for coordinated action became more apparent, her role expanded, evolving from a messenger to a strategist, from a participant to an architect of the burgeoning resistance. One of the most immediate and impactful forms of organized resistance that began to take shape was the consumer boycott. The elite's wealth was built upon a complex web of interconnected industries, many of which were directly or indirectly controlled by those at the apex of power. The movement identified several of these key enterprises: textile manufacturers whose workers toiled in abysmal conditions for meager wages, purveyors of luxury goods whose exorbitant prices funded the elite's extravagant lifestyles, even certain food distributors whose pricing models preyed on the desperation of the less fortunate. The strategy was simple yet effective, a coordinated campaign to withdraw patronage. Leaflets, printed on clandestine presses funded by discreet patrons like Lady Vance, appeared in public spaces, detailing the transgressions of these targeted corporations. They spoke not only of unfair labor practices but also of the environmental degradation associated with unchecked industrial expansion and the way these companies actively lobbied for policies that further entrenched the elite's power. The messages were clear and compelling: your coin funds their control. Choose where your legacy lies. Alara found herself at the forefront of organizing these boycotts. She worked with small groups of like-minded individuals to identify the most vulnerable points in the supply chains of the targeted businesses. They organized information pickets outside upscale boutiques, not with angry shouts, but with quiet displays of placards bearing the faces of exploited workers and stark statistics about profit margins versus wages. They educated potential customers about the hidden costs of their purchases, the human and environmental price paid for every lavish item. The initial response was slow, a trickle of conscious consumers diverting their spending. But as the message spread, amplified by word of mouth and the clandestine circulation of damning reports, the trickle became a steady stream, and then a discernible current. She recalled one particular campaign targeting Gilded Threads, a high-end textile company renowned for its silks and velvets. Gilded Threads was a favorite of the elite, its products synonymous with status and luxury. The campaign highlighted the appalling conditions in the dye houses, where workers, many of them children, were exposed to toxic chemicals without protection, leading to debilitating illnesses. Alara and her team worked with anonymous whistleblowers from within the company to gather photographic evidence, which was then circulated discreetly among the city's artisans and discerning shoppers. "Think of the hands that weave your comfort," the accompanying text implored. "Are they bound by pain for your fleeting luxury?" The impact was significant. While Gilded Threads initially dismissed the boycott as a minor inconvenience, the sustained pressure began to pinch. Orders from merchants who catered to a broader, more ethically minded clientele dwindled. The elite, while insulated from the immediate effects, began to notice the subtle shift in social discourse, the whispers of disapproval that followed conversations about Gilded Threads. It was a victory not measured in immediate financial ruin, but in the erosion of prestige and the undeniable statement that public conscience, however suppressed, could still wield influence. Parallel to the consumer boycotts, a more fundamental form of resistance began to emerge, the organized labor strike. The elite's economic strangulation had disproportionately affected the working class, driving down wages and increasing the precariousness of employment. The movement recognized that the power of the workers, united, was a formidable force that could directly disrupt the elite's carefully constructed economic engine. Alara worked closely with shop stewards and informal worker councils that had sprung up in various sectors: the dock workers, the factory laborers, the city's sanitation crews, even the kitchen staff in the elite's own opulent residences. These were not always easy alliances. Years of division, fostered by the elite through promises of preferential treatment for those who broke ranks, had created distrust. But the shared hardship, the increasingly blatant disregard for their well-being, began to forge new bonds. The initial strikes were often localized and spontaneous, born of immediate grievances, unpaid wages, dangerous working conditions, arbitrary dismissals. The elite's response was swift and brutal. Strikebreakers were hired, often from desperate neighboring towns, and security forces were deployed to quell any sign of unrest. But the movement learned from each confrontation. They developed strategies for mutual aid, ensuring that striking workers and their families had access to food and basic necessities, often sourced through the very consumer boycotts they were simultaneously organizing. A pivotal moment arrived with the planned strike by the city's public transport operators. These were individuals who held significant sway. Without them, the city's arteries would seize. Alara, working with a seasoned organizer named Silas, not the rival clockmaker, but a former union leader who had lost his position during earlier crackdowns, helped to coordinate the demands. They weren't just asking for higher wages, they were demanding safer vehicles, more reasonable working hours, and, crucially, an end to the discriminatory practices that saw workers from the lower districts consistently overlooked for promotion. The elite attempted to preempt the strike by offering small concessions and threatening severe repercussions. They disseminated propaganda depicting the transport workers as ungrateful and disruptive, attempting to sow discord among the general populace. But Alara and Silas had anticipated this. They launched a sophisticated information campaign, distributing pamphlets and using discreet word-of-mouth networks to counter the elite's narrative. They highlighted the vital role the transport workers played in the city's daily life and the legitimate nature of their demands. When the strike was called, the city ground to a halt. The gleaming carriages remained in their depots, the rumbling omnibuses silent on their routes. The inconvenience was palpable, but the city's inhabitants, largely sympathetic due to the preceding information campaign, understood the necessity. The elite, accustomed to immediate compliance, found themselves unexpectedly vulnerable. Their own comfortable commutes were disrupted, their businesses reliant on the timely arrival of goods and personnel were hampered. Alara, observing the quiet streets from a vantage point, felt a profound sense of exhilaration. This wasn't just anger, it was organized power. It was the collective voice of the people, amplified by strategy and purpose. The strike lasted for 3 days. The elite, facing mounting pressure and the realization that their infrastructure was as dependent on the workers as the workers were on their jobs, eventually relented, agreeing to negotiations that resulted in significant improvements for the transport workers. It was a hard-won victory, a clear demonstration that collective action, when strategically deployed, could indeed challenge the entrenched power of the elite. Beyond direct action, the movement also understood the critical importance of controlling the narrative. The elite had masterfully manipulated public opinion for years, using their control of official channels and their vast resources to spread misinformation and discredit any opposition. Kale's speeches, while powerful, were often dismissed as the ramblings of a disgruntled malcontent by those who only consumed state-sanctioned media. Anya Sharma's New Dawn Press, though publishing vital truths, faced constant legal challenges and limited distribution. This led to the development of a sophisticated information warfare strategy. Alara worked with Anya and a network of covert printers and distributors to create and disseminate alternative news sources. These weren't just pamphlets filled with angry diatribes. They were carefully researched articles, investigative reports, and even satirical cartoons that expose the hypocrisy and corruption of the elite in an engaging and accessible way. They used coded messages, hidden drops, and trusted couriers to ensure these materials reached the people, bypassing the elite's censorship. One particularly successful initiative was the Whispers of Truth campaign. Small, anonymous leaflets containing verifiable facts and stark statistics about the elite's wealth accumulation at the expense of the common people were left in public places, on park benches, tucked into market stalls, slipped into the pockets of unsuspecting citizens. The information was presented factually, without inflammatory rhetoric, allowing the reader to draw their own conclusions. The goal was not to incite immediate outrage, but to plant seeds of doubt, to encourage critical thinking, and to provide a counter-narrative to the elite's carefully curated version of reality. Alara also helped to establish a network of information nodes, trusted individuals in various communities who acted as points of contact. These nodes would receive information from Anya's press and the clandestine printers, and then disseminate it within their local networks, often through informal gatherings and trusted conversations. This decentralized approach made it incredibly difficult for the elite to shut down the flow of information entirely. If one node was compromised, others would continue to operate, ensuring that the truth, however inconvenient, continued to circulate. The impact of these organized efforts was multifaceted. They provided tangible improvements in the lives of many, demonstrating that change was possible. They fostered a sense of solidarity and empowerment, showing individuals that they were not alone in their struggles. And, perhaps most importantly, they began to chip away at the elite's most potent weapon, their perceived invincibility. Alara, witnessing these unfolding events, understood that the fight for fairness was not a single, dramatic confrontation, but a long, arduous campaign waged on multiple fronts. It required not only courage and conviction but also meticulous planning, strategic thinking, and the unwavering belief in the power of collective action. The elite had built their empire on a foundation of control, but the organized resistance was proving that the human spirit, when united and directed with purpose, could dismantle even the most formidable structures, one act of defiance, one shared truth, one organized effort at a time. The whispers were growing louder, coalescing into a chorus of demand, and the ivory tower, once seemingly unassailable, was beginning to feel the tremor of its foundation. The fight for fairness was no longer a dream, it was a meticulously orchestrated reality, unfolding in the streets, in the workshops, and in the hearts of a people who had decided they would no longer accept injustice as their inheritance. The elite had orchestrated a symphony of control, each note a calculated measure designed to maintain their opulent existence while the majority endured hardship. They had become so accustomed to the silence of compliance, the muted suffering of the masses, that they rarely considered the moral dissonances their actions created. But Kale and his burgeoning movement were not content to merely disrupt the elite's economic hold, they sought to awaken the slumbering conscience of the society itself. They understood that true, lasting change would not be forged in the crucible of economic warfare alone, but would also require a fundamental shift in the ethical landscape, a realization by the broader populace of the inherent injustice that permeated their world. This appeal to conscience was a delicate dance, a precarious tightrope walked between condemnation and inspiration. It was not about shaming every individual who lived a life of comfort, but about illuminating the interconnectedness of their well-being with the suffering of others. The strategy was to move beyond the direct confrontation with the architects of oppression and to engage those who, through their silence or their indirect participation, were nonetheless complicit in the perpetuation of inequality. This involved a spectrum of tactics, from public spectacles designed to stir visceral empathy, to carefully orchestrated dialogues aimed at those whose positions afforded them a sliver of influence. One of Kale's most potent tools in this regard was his oratorical prowess, a gift for weaving narratives that resonated not just with logic, but with the deep wellsprings of human empathy. He would often speak not in accusatory tones, but in measured, almost melancholic reflections on the societal fabric that was being torn asunder. His speeches, delivered in clandestine gatherings or amplified through discreet broadcast channels, began to articulate a vision of a shared humanity that transcended class divisions. He would paint vivid portraits of lives lived in abject poverty, not as tales of abstract suffering, but as deeply personal stories that could easily be one's own. He might describe a mother's gnawing worry over a child's hunger, a craftsman's despair as his skilled hands withered from overwork and poor nutrition, or the quiet desperation of an elder whose years of loyal service were met with neglect. These were not mere statistics, they were the faces and names of a society being systematically broken. "Look around you," Kale's voice would echo, a resonating plea that seemed to penetrate the very walls of indifference. "See the gleaming towers of the elite, monuments to their success. But behind their polished facades, behind the opulent banquets and the silken robes, lies a shadow. A shadow cast by the hunger that gnaws in our homes, by the sickness that festers in overcrowded tenements, by the dreams that die before they are even born. We are all part of this city, this world. Is it truly progress when our collective advancement is built upon the systematic diminishment of so many? Is this the legacy we wish to leave? A society that applauds the victor and turns a blind eye to the fallen?" These were not just words, they were invitations to a moral reckoning. The movement understood that many who benefited, even indirectly, from the elite's system were not inherently cruel. They were often products of their upbringing, conditioned by a society that normalized disparity, that presented it as an inevitable byproduct of progress or even as a divinely ordained order. The goal was to shake this complacency, to force individuals to confront the uncomfortable truth that their own comfort might be inextricably linked to another's misery. Alara, with her meticulous organizational skills, played a crucial role in translating these appeals into tangible actions. She recognized that abstract pronouncements, while powerful, needed concrete manifestations to truly take root in the public consciousness. She worked with Anya Sharma's New Dawn Press and the network of clandestine printers to disseminate not just news of the elite's injustices, but also carefully curated stories that highlighted acts of compassion and solidarity within the oppressed communities. These were tales of neighbors sharing meager rations, of workers pooling their scant resources to support a sick colleague, of individuals risking their own safety to help those in greater need. These narratives served as a potent counterpoint to the elite's portrayal of the lower classes as a chaotic and self-serving mob, demonstrating instead a deep reservoir of resilience, community, and inherent human goodness. Furthermore, the movement began to orchestrate public displays designed to evoke empathy on a visceral level. These were not protests in the traditional sense, meant to incite anger or demand immediate action. Instead, they were carefully designed spectacles intended to create a shared emotional experience. One such event involved a silent procession through the more affluent districts. Participants, dressed in the drab, worn clothing of the working poor, carried empty bowls or lanterns that cast only faint, flickering light. They walked in solemn silence, their faces etched with quiet dignity and weariness. There were no shouts, no demands, just the palpable presence of their struggle. The intention was not to intimidate, but to confront the casual observer with the stark reality of lives lived in deprivation, to make the abstract concept of poverty a tangible presence in their otherwise insulated world. Another tactic involved the strategic placement of art and symbolic imagery. Artists sympathetic to the cause, working in secret, created powerful murals and installations in public spaces, often appearing overnight. These were not overtly political in their messaging, but rather imbued with symbolism that spoke of imbalance, of exploitation, of a broken social contract. A recurring motif was the image of a giant, opulent hand crushing delicate seedlings, or a towering, indifferent structure casting a vast shadow over a multitude of tiny, struggling figures. These artistic interventions served as visual prompts, encouraging reflection and sparking conversations that might otherwise have been avoided. The movement also began to engage in direct appeals to individuals who, while not part of the ruling elite, occupied positions of influence or benefited significantly from the existing order. This included merchants, guild masters, academics, and even certain mid-level administrators. Alara, drawing upon her network and her understanding of social dynamics, identified individuals who exhibited a flicker of disquiet or a latent sense of justice. These individuals were approached through trusted intermediaries, often with carefully worded letters or discreet meetings. The message was always consistent. The current system, while perhaps profitable in the short term, was fundamentally unsustainable and morally bankrupt. These appeals often highlighted the long-term consequences of societal inequality. They pointed out how widespread poverty and despair bred instability, how the erosion of trust undermined the very foundations of commerce and governance. They appealed to a sense of civic responsibility, urging these influential figures to consider their role in shaping a more just and equitable future, not just for their own benefit, but for the good of the entire society. Sometimes, the appeals were framed in pragmatic terms, emphasizing the potential for greater prosperity and social cohesion in a fairer system. Other times, they appealed to a more profound sense of ethics, invoking shared values of compassion and human dignity. Anya Sharma, with her sharp intellect and her legal acumen, was instrumental in developing some of the more nuanced arguments used in these appeals. She would meticulously research the legal frameworks and economic policies that upheld the elite's power, identifying specific points where ethical compromises had been made. She would then present this information to influential individuals, not as an accusation, but as a sober analysis, demonstrating how their own positions, their own businesses, were indirectly benefiting from practices that inflicted immense suffering. She might, for example, engage a prominent textile merchant, not to condemn his purchase of gilded threads fabrics, but to quietly present him with evidence of the child labor and toxic conditions involved, suggesting that aligning his reputable brand with such practices was a moral and reputational risk. The movement also recognized the power of personal testimony. They encouraged individuals who had directly suffered from the elite's policies to share their stories, not in public forums where they might be easily dismissed or intimidated, but in more intimate settings, with those who had the potential to effect change. A skilled artisan might be invited to a private dinner hosted by a sympathetic guild leader, where they could recount, with quiet dignity, how their livelihood had been systematically destroyed by unfair trade practices. A former factory worker, weakened by years of hazardous labor and poor conditions, might be given the opportunity to speak with a physician who served the affluent districts, not seeking charity, but raising awareness about the preventable illnesses plaguing the working class. These personal encounters were often far more effective than any public denouncement, as they humanized the statistics and forged a direct emotional connection. The conscience campaigns, as they came to be known within the movement, were not always met with immediate success. Many of those approached remained entrenched in their self-interest, deaf to the pleas of the less fortunate. The elite's propaganda machine worked tirelessly to discredit any who dared to question the status quo, labeling them as troublemakers or naive idealists. However, the persistent, multifaceted nature of these appeals began to have a cumulative effect. Whispers of unease began to circulate within circles that had previously been characterized by unwavering support for the elite. Merchants started to quietly diversify their suppliers, seeking alternatives to companies with questionable labor practices. Academics began to incorporate critical analyses of social inequality into their lectures, albeit couched in carefully academic language. Even some members of the bureaucracy, those tasked with enforcing the elite's decrees, found themselves wrestling with the moral implications of their actions, their consciences stirred by the persistent, quiet appeals for fairness. This was not about inciting a revolution overnight. It was about cultivating a garden of doubt, about planting seeds of empathy and ethical reflection in fertile ground. Cale and his supporters understood that by appealing to the conscience of society, by making the human cost of injustice undeniable, they were eroding the moral legitimacy of the elite's power. They were demonstrating that the pursuit of fairness was not merely a political or economic struggle, but a fundamental moral imperative. And in the quiet moments of introspection, in the shared glances of understanding between those who recognized the injustice, the foundations of the elite's seemingly unshakable control began to show hairline fractures, cracks that spoke of a deeper, more profound resistance, the resistance of an awakened conscience. The fight for fairness was becoming a battle for the very soul of the city. The weight of their conviction, while a potent shield, did little to deflect the relentless barrage of repercussions that began to rain down upon Cale's inner circle. Alara, ever the pragmatist, had anticipated a certain level of resistance, a predictable tightening of the screws from those whose power was being challenged. But the sheer, unvarnished malice that permeated the elite's retaliation was something she hadn't fully prepared for, not in its visceral, human cost. The meticulously crafted campaigns of conscience, the carefully planted seeds of doubt, were indeed taking root, but the elite were fighting back with the ferocity of cornered beasts, their methods growing increasingly desperate and cruel. Alara found herself the subject of increasingly vicious rumors, whispered insinuations that morphed into outright slanders. Her organizational acumen, once a source of admiration even among some of her more conservative peers, was now twisted into tales of ruthless manipulation. She was painted as a cold, calculating strategist, using the desperate plight of the poor as a mere stepping stone for her own ambition. The anonymous pamphlets that appeared overnight, strategically placed in public squares and near the guild halls, spoke of her supposed hidden wealth, of her secretly orchestrating the chaos for personal gain, painting a stark contrast to the humble, dedicated activist she truly was. These were not just fabrications, they were designed to poison the well of public opinion, to sever the trust that was so crucial to the movement's success. Her position within the city's archival administration, a role she had held for years with quiet diligence, became untenable. What began as subtle pressures, unexplained delays in processing her requests, unusually stringent audits of her department, soon escalated. An official inquiry, conveniently timed and ostensibly about procedural irregularities, was launched. While no concrete evidence of wrongdoing was ever found, the very act of being investigated was enough to stain her reputation. Colleagues, once friendly, became distant, their smiles strained, their conversations hushed whenever she approached. The fear of association, of being tainted by her perceived defiance, was a palpable force. Eventually, under immense pressure from higher-ups who themselves were beholden to the elite, she was offered a stark choice: resign gracefully or face further, more damaging proceedings. She chose to resign, a bitter pill to swallow, but one that freed her from the suffocating atmosphere of the archives and allowed her to dedicate herself fully to the movement, albeit without a steady income or the institutional protection her previous role had afforded. Cale, too, faced an onslaught, though his was perhaps more directly theatrical, designed to discredit him as a leader. His speeches, once lauded for their eloquence, were now dissected and mocked by state-sponsored commentators. They accused him of inciting class warfare, of peddling dangerous utopian fantasies that would lead to ruin. When he appeared in public, he was often met with a barrage of jeers and insults, some hurled by individuals clearly paid to do so, others by those who had genuinely been swayed by the elite's propaganda. One particularly nasty incident involved a staged confrontation at a food distribution point where he was handing out provisions. A group of hired thugs, disguised as disgruntled recipients, attempted to instigate a riot, their shouts of manufactured anger directed at Cale, accusing him of hoarding resources and favoring certain groups over others. The ensuing chaos was quickly quelled by city guards, but the carefully staged narrative that followed in the official news outlets painted Cale as a man who lost control of his followers, a leader whose movement was devolving into anarchy. Beyond the public smear campaigns, the threats were more insidious. Anya Sharma, with her sharp legal mind and her access to sensitive information, became a target for intimidation. Her law practice, which had always been a beacon of hope for those who could not afford legal representation, began to suffer. Clients, fearful of reprisal, started to withdraw their cases. Anonymous notes slipped under her door warned her to cease her troublemaking, or face severe consequences, veiled threats that hinted at personal harm or the endangerment of her loved ones. The constant vigilance, the awareness that any moment could bring a new threat, began to take its toll, eroding her usual unflinching resolve. She found herself checking every shadow, scrutinizing every unfamiliar face, her once sharp focus now clouded by a pervasive sense of vulnerability. Even the more anonymous members of the movement felt the sting of the elite's retaliation. Workers who were known to attend Cale's clandestine meetings found themselves singled out for dismissal. Merchants who openly supported the cause saw their licenses revoked or their businesses subjected to crippling inspections. The subtle web of patronage and obligation that the elite had woven throughout the city meant that loyalty to the movement often came at the cost of one's livelihood, one's stability, and one's very place in society. Entire families found themselves ostracized, their social circles shrinking until they were left isolated, with only each other for support. A poignant example of this personal cost was the case of Maris, a quiet seamstress who had been instrumental in coordinating the distribution of aid in the poorer districts. She was a woman of immense empathy and tireless dedication, often foregoing sleep and meals to ensure that those in need received what little the movement could provide. One evening, returning to her small apartment after a long day, she found her home ransacked. It wasn't a theft, nothing of significant monetary value was taken. Instead, it was a deliberate act of vandalism, designed to instill fear. Her sewing machine, her livelihood, was smashed beyond repair. Her few cherished possessions were torn apart. The message was clear: her activism had brought ruin to her door. The trauma of that violation, the feeling of utter helplessness, was a deep wound. She was forced to abandon her trade, her skills now useless without the tools of her craft. For weeks, she barely spoke, her spirit seemingly crushed. This relentless pressure, however, was not without its unintended consequences. The very acts of repression, designed to fracture the movement, often served to solidify its bonds. The shared suffering, the common enemy, created a profound sense of camaraderie and mutual reliance. When Maris's home was violated, it was not just her who suffered. The entire network rallied around her. Neighbors, who had always been wary of each other, found themselves sharing meager resources, offering emotional support, and collectively pooling their efforts to help Maris find new, albeit more rudimentary, work. Anya, despite her own growing anxieties, ensured that Maris received what little financial assistance the movement could spare, and even discreetly arranged for some of her former clients to send small, anonymous payments. Cale, upon hearing of the incident, made a point of visiting Maris, not with platitudes, but with a quiet solidarity, acknowledging her pain and reminding her that her spirit was not broken, only tested. These shared adversities forged an unbreakable crucible of trust and loyalty. The clandestine meetings, once primarily focused on strategy and information sharing, evolved into something more profound. They became sanctuaries of mutual encouragement, spaces where the anxieties and fears could be voiced, where moments of doubt could be met with unwavering support. Alara, despite her own professional exile, found a new sense of purpose in nurturing these connections. She organized small, informal gatherings, often in the dimly lit back rooms of sympathetic taverns or the secluded courtyards of forgotten buildings. These were not strategy sessions. They were opportunities for people to simply be present with each other, to share a meal, to laugh, and to remember why they were fighting. During these gatherings, stories of resilience and quiet heroism would emerge. A gruff dockworker, known for his intimidating presence, would share how he secretly used his knowledge of the waterfront to ferry messages and small supplies for the movement, risking his job with every clandestine delivery. A young scholar, whose academic career was now in jeopardy due to his association with the movement, would recount how he used his access to university libraries to forge documents and misinformation, disrupting the elite's propaganda efforts. These stories, shared in hushed tones among trusted allies, were more than just tales of bravery, they were powerful affirmations of their shared humanity and their collective strength. They reminded each member that they were not alone, that their individual sacrifices were part of a larger, interconnected tapestry of resistance. The personal cost of activism was a harsh reality, a constant undercurrent of fear and sacrifice that ran beneath the surface of their public efforts. Alara had lost her career, her professional identity, and the sense of security that came with it. Anya lived with the gnawing anxiety of potential harm to herself and her family. Maris's livelihood had been destroyed, and her home violated. Kale bore the brunt of public vilification and the constant threat of physical danger. Many others, their names never to be recorded in the annals of history, faced similar, if less dramatic, consequences: the loss of friendships, the estrangement from family, the constant struggle to simply survive in a society that had turned its back on them. Yet, it was precisely in the face of these profound personal costs that the movement found its deepest wellspring of strength. The shared understanding of sacrifice fostered an unparalleled unity. They were not abstract ideologues, they were individuals who had personally paid dearly for their beliefs. This shared experience created a bond that transcended mere political alliance. It was a brotherhood and sisterhood forged in the fires of adversity, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for resilience, compassion, and unwavering commitment to a cause greater than oneself. They learned that while the elite could strip them of their jobs, their reputations, and even their material possessions, they could not extinguish the flame of hope that burned within them, a flame fanned by the courage of their convictions and the unwavering support they found in each other. The fight for fairness was not just a battle against external oppression, it was also an internal struggle for survival, for dignity, and for the preservation of their very souls in a world that sought to break them. This mutual reliance became their most potent weapon, a quiet force that the elite, in their arrogance and their focus on material power, consistently underestimated. The weight of their convictions, while a potent shield, did little to deflect the relentless barrage of repercussions that began to rain down upon Kale's inner circle. Alara, ever the pragmatist, had anticipated a certain level of resistance, a predictable tightening of the screws from those whose power was being challenged. But the sheer, unvarnished malice that permeated the elite's retaliation was something she hadn't fully prepared for, not in its visceral, human cost. The meticulously crafted campaigns of conscience, the carefully planted seeds of doubt, were indeed taking root, but the elite were fighting back with the ferocity of cornered beasts, their methods growing increasingly desperate and cruel. Alara found herself the subject of increasingly vicious rumors, whispered insinuations that morphed into outright slanders. Her organizational acumen, once a source of admiration even among some of her more conservative peers, was now twisted into tales of ruthless manipulation. She was painted as a cold, calculating strategist, using the desperate plight of the poor as a mere stepping stone for her own ambition. The anonymous pamphlets that appeared overnight, strategically placed in public squares and near the guild halls, spoke of her supposed hidden wealth, of her secretly orchestrating the chaos for personal gain, painting a stark contrast to the humble, dedicated activist she truly was. These were not just fabrications, they were designed to poison the well of public opinion, to sever the trust that was so crucial to the movement's success. Her position within the city's archival administration, a role she had held for years with quiet diligence, became untenable. What began as subtle pressures, unexplained delays in processing her requests, unusually stringent audits of her department, soon escalated. An official inquiry, conveniently timed and ostensibly about procedural irregularities, was launched. While no concrete evidence of wrongdoing was ever found, the very act of being investigated was enough to stain her reputation. Colleagues, once friendly, became distant, their smiles strained, their conversations hushed whenever she approached. The fear of association, of being tainted by her perceived defiance, was a palpable force. Eventually, under immense pressure from higher-ups who themselves were beholden to the elite, she was offered a stark choice: resign gracefully or face further, more damaging proceedings. She chose to resign, a bitter pill to swallow, but one that freed her from the suffocating atmosphere of the archives and allowed her to dedicate herself fully to the movement, albeit without a steady income or the institutional protection her previous role had afforded. Cale, too, faced an onslaught, though his was perhaps more directly theatrical, designed to discredit him as a leader. His speeches, once lauded for their eloquence, were now dissected and mocked by state-sponsored commentators. They accused him of inciting class warfare, of peddling dangerous utopian fantasies that would lead to ruin. When he appeared in public, he was often met with a barrage of jeers and insults, some hurled by individuals clearly paid to do so, others by those who had genuinely been swayed by the elite's propaganda. One particularly nasty incident involved a staged confrontation at a food distribution point where he was handing out provisions. A group of hired thugs, disguised as disgruntled recipients, attempted to instigate a riot, their shouts of manufactured anger directed at Cale, accusing him of hoarding resources and favoring certain groups over others. The ensuing chaos was quickly quelled by city guards, but the carefully staged narrative that followed in the official news outlets painted Cale as a man who lost control of his followers, a leader whose movement was devolving into anarchy. Beyond the public smear campaigns, the threats were more insidious. Anya Sharma, with her sharp legal mind and her access to sensitive information, became a target for intimidation. Her law practice, which had always been a beacon of hope for those who could not afford legal representation, began to suffer. Clients, fearful of reprisal, started to withdraw their cases. Anonymous notes slipped under her door warned her to cease her troublemaking, or face severe consequences, veiled threats that hinted at personal harm or the endangerment of her loved ones. The constant vigilance, the awareness that any moment could bring a new threat, began to take its toll, eroding her usual unflinching resolve. She found herself checking every shadow, scrutinizing every unfamiliar face, her once sharp focus now clouded by a pervasive sense of vulnerability. Even the more anonymous members of the movement felt the sting of the elite's retaliation. Workers who were known to attend Cale's clandestine meetings found themselves singled out for dismissal. Merchants who openly supported the cause saw their licenses revoked or their businesses subjected to crippling inspections. The subtle web of patronage and obligation that the elite had woven throughout the city meant that loyalty to the movement often came at the cost of one's livelihood, one's stability, and one's very place in society. Entire families found themselves ostracized, their social circles shrinking until they were left isolated, with only each other for support. A poignant example of this personal cost was the case of Maris, a quiet seamstress who had been instrumental in coordinating the distribution of aid in the poorer districts. She was a woman of immense empathy and tireless dedication, often foregoing sleep and meals to ensure that those in need received what little the movement could provide. One evening, returning to her small apartment after a long day, she found her home ransacked. It wasn't a theft, nothing of significant monetary value was taken. Instead, it was a deliberate act of vandalism, designed to instill fear. Her sewing machine, her livelihood, was smashed beyond repair. Her few cherished possessions were torn apart. The message was clear: her activism had brought ruin to her door. The trauma of that violation, the feeling of utter helplessness, was a deep wound. She was forced to abandon her trade, her skills now useless without the tools of her craft. For weeks, she barely spoke, her spirit seemingly crushed. This relentless pressure, however, was not without its unintended consequences. The very acts of repression, designed to fracture the movement, often served to solidify its bonds. The shared suffering, the common enemy, created a profound sense of camaraderie and mutual reliance. When Maris's home was violated, it was not just her who suffered. The entire network rallied around her. Neighbors, who had always been wary of each other, found themselves sharing meager resources, offering emotional support, and collectively pooling their efforts to help Maris find new, albeit more rudimentary, work. Anya, despite her own growing anxieties, ensured that Maris received what little financial assistance the movement could spare, and even discreetly arranged for some of her former clients to send small, anonymous payments. Cale, upon hearing of the incident, made a point of visiting Maris, not with platitudes, but with a quiet solidarity, acknowledging her pain and reminding her that her spirit was not broken, only tested. These shared adversities forged an unbreakable crucible of trust and loyalty. The clandestine meetings, once primarily focused on strategy and information sharing, evolved into something more profound. They became sanctuaries of mutual encouragement, spaces where the anxieties and fears could be voiced, where moments of doubt could be met with unwavering support. Alara, despite her own professional exile, found a new sense of purpose in nurturing these connections. She organized small, informal gatherings, often in the dimly lit back rooms of sympathetic taverns or the secluded courtyards of forgotten buildings. These were not strategy sessions. They were opportunities for people to simply be present with each other, to share a meal, to laugh, and to remember why they were fighting. During these gatherings, stories of resilience and quiet heroism would emerge. A gruff dockworker, known for his intimidating presence, would share how he secretly used his knowledge of the waterfront to ferry messages and small supplies for the movement, risking his job with every clandestine delivery. A young scholar, whose academic career was now in jeopardy due to his association with the movement, would recount how he used his access to university libraries to forge documents and misinformation, disrupting the elite's propaganda efforts. These stories, shared in hushed tones among trusted allies, were more than just tales of bravery. They were powerful affirmations of their shared humanity and their collective strength. They reminded each member that they were not alone, that their individual sacrifices were part of a larger, interconnected tapestry of resistance. The personal cost of activism was a harsh reality, a constant undercurrent of fear and sacrifice that ran beneath the surface of their public efforts. Alara had lost her career, her professional identity, and the sense of security that came with it. Anya lived with the gnawing anxiety of potential harm to herself and her family. Maris's livelihood had been destroyed, and her home violated. Kale bore the brunt of public vilification and the constant threat of physical danger. Many others, their names never to be recorded in the annals of history, faced similar, if less dramatic, consequences: the loss of friendships, the estrangement from family, the constant struggle to simply survive in a society that had turned its back on them. Yet, it was precisely in the face of these profound personal costs that the movement found its deepest wellspring of strength. The shared understanding of sacrifice fostered an unparalleled unity. They were not abstract ideologues. They were individuals who had personally paid dearly for their beliefs. This shared experience created a bond that transcended mere political alliance. It was a brotherhood and sisterhood forged in the fires of adversity, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for resilience, compassion, and unwavering commitment to a cause greater than oneself. They learned that while the elite could strip them of their jobs, their reputations, and even their material possessions, they could not extinguish the flame of hope that burned within them, a flame fanned by the courage of their convictions and the unwavering support they found in each other. The fight for fairness was not just a battle against external oppression, it was also an internal struggle for survival, for dignity, and for the preservation of their very souls in a world that sought to break them. This mutual reliance became their most potent weapon, a quiet force that the elite, in their arrogance and their focus on material power, consistently underestimated. Amidst this crucible of shared struggle and escalating external pressures, Kale found himself confronting a new, and perhaps more insidious, set of challenges, the moral dilemmas inherent in any fight for justice. The path they had chosen, one of unwavering principle and advocacy for the disenfranchised, was rarely a straight or unblemished one. The very systems they sought to reform were deeply entrenched, often operating in shades of gray that blurred the lines between legitimate action and necessary compromise. The elite, with their vast resources and deep connections, were masters of manipulation, capable of twisting even the most well-intentioned actions into perceived transgressions. One of the most immediate and persistent dilemmas Kale faced was the question of engagement with institutions that were, by their very nature, part of the oppressive structure. The city council, the judiciary, even certain factions within the Guard, these were all entities that, in their current form, perpetuated the inequities they fought against. Yet, to completely disavow them meant foregoing any potential avenue for systemic change from within. Should they attempt to reason with council members who were clearly beholden to the elite, knowing that their pleas would likely fall on deaf ears, or worse, be used as intelligence against them? Should they continue to petition the courts, even when the judges were appointed by and sympathetic to the ruling class? Anya, with her legal expertise, wrestled with this constantly. She saw how the legal system could be weaponized, how technicalities and procedural delays could be used to crush the spirit and the resources of those seeking redress. Yet, she also knew that without pursuing these avenues, however fraught with peril, they risked appearing as outlaws, further alienating the very populace they sought to represent. Cale found himself often mediating these internal debates, weighing the pragmatic need for any available leverage against the deeply held conviction that they could not become complicit in the very injustices they opposed. This tension was particularly acute when it came to dealing with the public discourse. The elite controlled the major media outlets, broadcasting a relentless stream of propaganda that distorted Cale's message and demonized his followers. Cale wrestled with the temptation to fight fire with fire, to engage in retaliatory tactics that might expose the elite's hypocrisy or spread their own counter-narrative. But how far could they go? Was it morally permissible to employ deceptive tactics, to spread carefully curated half-truths, or to engage in public shaming of individuals who were, in their own way, also victims of the system, albeit from a different vantage point? The idea of a scorched earth information campaign, while potentially effective in disrupting the elite's narrative, felt a dangerous step away from the core principles of truth and transparency that underpinned their movement. Cale insisted that their fight was not just about achieving a specific outcome, but about how they achieved it, about building a society founded on integrity, not deception. This meant a constant vigilance against the temptation to adopt the very tactics they abhorred. The provocations from the elite presented another significant moral minefield. The staged confrontations, the planted rumors, the deliberate attempts to incite violence at their rallies, these were all designed to push Cale's followers into acts of aggression that would justify a brutal crackdown. Cale understood that maintaining a stance of non-violence and peaceful resistance was crucial to winning the moral high ground. However, this required an immense degree of self-control and restraint, not just from him, but from every single person involved in the movement. There were times, particularly after witnessing acts of cruelty or hearing news of further hardship inflicted upon the populace, when the urge to lash out, to meet force with force, was almost overwhelming. He saw the frustration simmering among his followers, the righteous anger that threatened to boil over. His leadership role, in these moments, was not about issuing directives, but about embodying a calm resolve, about channeling that anger into more constructive forms of resistance, and about reminding everyone that true strength lay not in physical might, but in moral fortitude. He would often gather the core members of his circle, Alara, Anya, and a few trusted advisors, in the quiet hours after clandestine meetings, the air thick with the lingering scent of lamp oil and the unspoken anxieties of the day. They would dissect the latest provocations, not just for their tactical implications, but for their ethical dimensions. If we publicly expose Mayor Thorne's secret dealings with the illicit traders, Anya might argue, her brow furrowed, we risk providing ammunition to his rivals within the council, who are no better. We might inadvertently strengthen one oppressive faction by weakening another, and our supporters could get caught in the crossfire of their power struggles. Alara, ever practical, would add, but if we don't reveal it, Thorne continues to profit from the suffering of the very people we're trying to help, and the community's trust in our ability to uncover truth erodes. Cale would listen, his gaze thoughtful, before offering his own perspective. Our goal is not to merely displace the corrupt, but to dismantle the system that allows corruption to flourish, he would say. Perhaps the answer lies not in a direct accusation that serves another's ambition, but in a broader campaign that highlights the systemic failure, using Thorne's actions as a stark illustration of how the current power structures benefit a select few at the expense of many. We must expose the rot, but we must do so in a way that builds solidarity, not division. This often meant a more circuitous route, a slower burn of education and awareness raising, which Cale knew could be frustrating for those yearning for immediate vindication. The question of resource allocation also posed difficult ethical quandaries. The movement operated on a shoestring budget, relying on the meager donations of its supporters and the immense personal sacrifices of its leaders. When faced with competing needs, whether it was providing food and shelter for those evicted by the elite, funding Anya's legal defense of unjustly accused workers, or investing in communication networks to counter the elite's propaganda, Cale had to make agonizing choices. Prioritizing one cause often meant deprioritizing another, a decision that could have profound, tangible consequences for individuals. He remembered the pleas from Maris and her network for more sewing machines after hers was destroyed. He saw the genuine desperation in the eyes of families struggling to survive on stolen rations. Yet, Anya's urgent need for funds to challenge an unjust labor law, which affected hundreds, or Alara's strategic plan to establish underground printing presses to disseminate information, also represented critical investments in their long-term struggle. Cale's role was to ensure that these difficult choices were made with transparency and a deep consideration for the human cost, always striving to distribute their limited resources in a way that maximized their impact while minimizing the harm. Furthermore, Cale constantly grappled with the potential for his own leadership to become a focal point for idolatry or a source of division. He understood the charisma that drew people to his cause, the hope he embodied. But he also recognized the danger of becoming a figurehead that could be easily removed, leaving the movement vulnerable. He actively worked to empower others, to foster a distributed leadership model where decision-making was shared and responsibility was collective. He encouraged dissent, creating safe spaces for his followers to question his judgment and to offer alternative perspectives. He believed that a movement that relied too heavily on a single individual was inherently fragile. The moral imperative was to build something larger than any one person, a sustainable force for change that could endure long after he was gone. The act of engaging with certain compromised institutions, even with the best intentions, also raised ethical concerns. For instance, when a sympathetic but ultimately powerless official within the city bureaucracy offered them a loophole to secure a limited supply of grain, bypassing official channels, the debate was fierce. Was it ethical to exploit this loophole, knowing it might put the official at risk and could be seen as circumventing the established order, even if that order was unjust? Cale deliberated this for days. He met with the official in question, not to demand, but to understand the true nature of the risk. He consulted with Anya and Alara, weighing the immediate benefit of feeding hungry families against the long-term implications of their methods. Ultimately, Cale decided against exploiting the loophole. He explained to his followers that while the temptation was immense, the potential for setting a precedent of operating outside the bounds of integrity, even for noble causes, was a slippery slope. They would find another way, a way that did not compromise their core values, even if it meant a slower, more arduous path. This decision was met with frustration by some, but Cale's quiet resolve and his ability to articulate the rationale behind it, emphasizing their commitment to a future built on just principles, eventually earned him their understanding. The struggle for fairness, Cale realized, was not merely a battle waged on the streets or in clandestine meeting rooms. It was an ongoing, internal negotiation with the very definition of justice. It demanded not just courage and conviction, but a profound sense of ethical responsibility. It required him to constantly question their methods, to anticipate the unintended consequences of their actions, and to hold fast to their principles even when the easiest path lay in compromise. The fight for fairness was, in essence, a fight to preserve their own humanity in a world that constantly sought to strip it away. The elite, in their arrogant certainty, believed their heavy-handed tactics would crush the burgeoning movement for fairness. They had anticipated defiance, perhaps even organized resistance, but they failed to account for the quiet tenacity of a people pushed too far, nor the unexpected fissures that could appear even within their own fortified walls. For every door slammed shut, a window, however small, began to creak open, admitting slivers of hope into the pervasive gloom. One of the first significant tremors in the established order came not from a fiery speech or a public demonstration, but from within the sterile, bureaucratic chambers of the city council itself. Councillor Alara's brother, a man named Silas, who had long maintained a studied neutrality in the face of his sister's increasingly radicalized activism, found himself unexpectedly positioned to influence a crucial vote. Silas, a man who prided himself on his adherence to procedure and his pragmatic approach to governance, had been quietly appalled by the elite's heavy-handed response to the growing unrest. He had witnessed firsthand the disproportionate impact of the punitive measures on the very people he was elected to represent, the bakers whose flour supply was suddenly subject to crippling tariffs, the artisans whose raw materials were rerouted to elite-favored workshops, the families struggling to afford basic necessities as prices soared. While he had never openly challenged the status quo, the sheer injustice of it began to chafe at him. The issue at hand was a proposed Emergency Commodities Act, a piece of legislation subtly designed to formalize and expand the elite's control over essential goods. Ostensibly about stabilizing the market and preventing hoarding, its true intent was to grant them unchecked power to dictate prices and distribution, further squeezing the populace. The council, heavily influenced by the powerful merchant guilds and the landed aristocracy, was expected to rubber stamp the bill. However, a procedural anomaly, a forgotten clause from an obscure trade charter that Silas had unearthed during a tedious review of historical documents, provided an unexpected opportunity. This clause stipulated that any act significantly altering the pricing of essential goods required a supermajority vote and a public hearing that allowed for direct input from consumer guilds. Silas, after agonizing deliberation, decided to act. He didn't make a grand public pronouncement. Instead, he approached a few select members of the council, those he knew harbored quiet reservations about the elite's overreach, and presented them with his findings. He didn't preach or condemn, he simply laid out the facts, the legal precedent, and the potential consequences of ignoring it. He framed it not as an act of rebellion, but as a defense of established civic process, a concept he knew resonated with the more principled members of the council. He also leaked the details of the proposed act, along with the overlooked charter clause, to a small, independent press that had managed to survive the elite's censorship efforts, albeit in a diminished capacity. The response was swift and surprisingly potent. The public hearing, which the elite had envisioned as a mere formality, turned into a lively, and at times fiery, debate. Representatives from various consumer guilds, from the Weavers' Association to the Dockworkers' Collective, seized the opportunity to voice their grievances. They spoke of inflated prices, of goods disappearing from shelves, of the sheer impossibility of feeding their families. The independent press, emboldened by Silas's quiet support, published detailed accounts of the proceedings, alongside impassioned editorials that highlighted the hypocrisy of an elite claiming to act in the public interest while clearly serving their own. The pressure on the council members became immense. Faced with the legal requirement for a public hearing and the vocal opposition from a significant portion of their constituents, and with the specter of procedural challenge looming, a handful of wavering councillors shifted their votes. The Emergency Commodities Act was not only defeated, but the council, in a move that shocked many, passed a revised amendment, the Fair Pricing Initiative, which mandated price caps on a range of essential goods and established a commission, with representation from consumer guilds, to oversee their implementation. It was not a complete dismantling of the elite's economic power, not by a long shot, but it was a tangible victory. For the first time in years, the price of bread in the poorer districts stabilized, and the cost of lamp oil dipped. It was a glimmer, a small but potent affirmation that the system, however corrupt, was not entirely immutable. Cale and Alara, while acknowledging the critical role Silas had played behind the scenes, understood that this was a victory won not just by one man's diligence, but by the collective voice of those who dared to speak up when given the chance. Simultaneously, a different kind of battle was being waged against one of the city's most powerful corporate entities, Viridian Industries, a colossal manufacturing conglomerate known for its ruthless labor practices and its deep ties to the ruling elite. Viridian had been operating largely with impunity, its factories spewing pollutants into the air and its workers enduring grueling conditions for meager wages. However, a series of meticulously documented reports, compiled by Anya Sharma and a network of discreet informants within the company, began to surface. These reports detailed not only egregious labor violations, including the use of child labor in hazardous conditions, the deliberate falsification of safety records, and the systematic denial of medical care to injured workers, but also damning evidence of environmental negligence that was demonstrably impacting the health of entire neighborhoods. The information was strategically disseminated. Small, easily digestible pieces were leaked to online forums frequented by younger, more reform-minded citizens. More detailed, damning evidence was provided to investigative journalists in neighboring cities, ensuring that the scandal could not be contained within the city's borders. The culmination of this effort was a coordinated social media campaign that utilized powerful, evocative imagery, children coughing in smog-filled rooms, workers' hands scarred and bandaged, pristine natural landscapes marred by industrial waste. The hashtag Viridian Vigilance began to trend, and what had once been a localized issue of labor exploitation became a widespread public outcry. The public reaction was visceral. Citizens who had previously been indifferent to the plight of Viridian's workers suddenly saw the direct consequences of corporate greed on their own environment and health. The elite's attempts to dismiss the revelations as baseless accusations and industrial sabotage were met with widespread skepticism. People remember the smog that choked their lungs, the inexplicable rashes that plagued their children, the stories of workers who had disappeared after raising safety concerns. The carefully constructed image of Viridian as a vital engine of economic progress began to crumble under the weight of undeniable evidence and public revulsion. The pressure mounted. Major international clients of Viridian began to face their own public relations nightmares, as consumers threatened boycotts. Ethical investment funds divested their holdings. The elite, who had once championed Viridian as a symbol of their prosperity, found themselves increasingly isolated, their association with the company becoming a liability. Facing an untenable situation, Viridian's board of directors, after much internal wrangling and under immense pressure from their own shareholders, announced a series of concessions. They pledged to invest in new pollution control technologies, to establish a workers' welfare fund, and to allow independent oversight of their labor practices. They even agreed to a limited compensation package for those demonstrably harmed by their past negligence. While these concessions were far from a complete victory, the core issues of corporate power and influence remained largely untouched, and the enforcement of these new policies was yet to be tested. They represented a significant shift. It was a clear demonstration that even the most entrenched corporate behemoths were not invincible when faced with a united and informed public. The victory at Viridian wasn't just about cleaner air or fairer wages, it was about reclaiming a sense of agency, about proving that collective action and the relentless pursuit of truth could force even the most powerful entities to bend. Cale saw this as a crucial lesson, that the fight for fairness required not only direct confrontation but also the strategic use of information and the cultivation of broad public support. Perhaps the most profound and encouraging development, however, was the discernible, albeit gradual, shift in public opinion. The constant barrage of elite propaganda, the carefully crafted narratives designed to divide and demoralize, were beginning to lose their efficacy. The very harshness of the elite's response, the increasing desperation evident in their tactics, was backfiring. People were starting to see through the lies, to recognize the fear that motivated the elite's actions. This shift was most evident in the way ordinary citizens interacted with Cale and his inner circle. Where once there might have been hesitant glances or averted eyes, there were now nods of recognition, quiet words of encouragement, and even small, unsolicited acts of solidarity. A baker might slip a loaf of bread to a struggling activist. A former colleague of Alara's might discreetly pass on useful information about upcoming council deliberations. A carriage driver, hired by a member of the elite, might intentionally take a roundabout route to allow for a brief, whispered conversation. These were not grand gestures, but they were deeply meaningful. They were the quiet, personal affirmations that their struggle was resonating, that they were not alone in their pursuit of a more just society. Cale experienced this shift most directly during his public appearances, which, though still requiring careful planning and security, had become less perilous. While jeers and insults still occasionally surfaced, they were often drowned out by a growing chorus of supportive voices. People began to approach him not just with pleas for help, but with offers of assistance, with suggestions, with their own stories of resilience and defiance. He saw the dawning realization in their eyes, the understanding that the chaos and utopian fantasies the elite spoke of were, in fact, the desperate aspirations of people yearning for dignity and basic fairness. Alara, despite her enforced withdrawal from public life, felt this shift keenly through the network she had diligently cultivated. The clandestine meetings, once solely focused on strategy and survival, now often included discussions of these small victories, of the growing public awareness. She noticed a palpable increase in the quality and quantity of information flowing into the movement. People who had previously been too afraid to speak were now more willing to share what they knew, to contribute what they could. The seeds of conscience that the movement had so carefully sown were beginning to sprout, watered by the elite's own heavy-handed repression. Even the seemingly intractable issue of the city guard, a force largely seen as an arm of the elite's enforcement, began to show faint signs of internal division. While the leadership remained loyal, whispers began to circulate among the lower ranks, tales of orders that felt morally questionable, of fellow citizens treated with unnecessary brutality. Some guards, themselves from the working districts, started to look the other way, to offer subtle warnings, or to simply perform their duties with a studied indifference that frustrated their superiors. It was a dangerous game for them to play, but the growing awareness that they were being used to suppress their own people, coupled with the increasing visibility of the elite's corruption, was planting seeds of doubt. These glimmers of progress were not the definitive end of their struggle, nor did they erase the immense challenges and sacrifices that lay ahead. The elite still held immense power, and their capacity for cruelty remained undiminished. But these moments, the fairer pricing policies, the corporate concessions, the undeniable shift in public consciousness, the nascent cracks within the guard, served as vital beacons. They were tangible proof that their efforts were not in vain, that the fight for fairness, however arduous, was yielding results, however incremental. They reinforced the belief that a different future was not only possible but was, in fact, slowly but surely, beginning to take shape. These were not moments of triumph to be celebrated loudly, but quiet affirmations to be held close, fuel for the long and demanding journey that still lay before them. They were the precious, hard-won sparks that kept the flame of hope alive in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a more equitable world. Chapter 9. A New Dawn or Lingering Dusk. The air in the city, once thick with the acrid stench of despair and the suffocating weight of apathy, had begun to thin. It was a subtle change, almost imperceptible to those who had grown accustomed to the perpetual gloom, but to Kale, Alara, and the others who had tirelessly stoked the embers of dissent, it was as palpable as a coming storm. The city was teetering on the brink, not of collapse, but of something far more profound, transformation. The relentless pressure, the calculated risks, the quiet acts of defiance that had rippled through the districts, had finally forced the entrenched powers to acknowledge the seismic shifts occurring beneath their gilded towers. The fortress of the elite, so long perceived as impregnable, now bore the faint, yet undeniable, cracks of an impending siege, not of violence, but of insistent, unavoidable truth. Negotiations, a word that had once been a distant fantasy, now whispered through the hushed corridors of power. The ruling council, or what remained of its ostensibly impartial facade, was no longer content with issuing platitudes or enacting minor concessions designed to placate the masses. The sheer weight of public opinion, amplified by the strategic dissemination of damning evidence against entities like Viridian Industries and the palpable impact of the Fair Pricing Initiative, had rendered their usual tactics obsolete. They were forced, by the very systems they had manipulated, to confront the possibility of genuine dialogue. This wasn't a surrender, not yet, but it was a profound capitulation of their unassailable authority. The old guard, accustomed to issuing decrees from on high, found themselves in the unfamiliar, and deeply unsettling, position of having to listen. Alara, observing these tectonic shifts from her enforced quietude, felt a complex tapestry of emotions unfurl within her. Hope, a fragile bloom that had long struggled for purchase in the barren landscape of her activism, was now beginning to unfurl its petals with tentative boldness. She saw the signs everywhere. The increased frequency of hushed, urgent meetings between council members from opposing factions, the uncharacteristic public pronouncements of dialogue and reform, the very fact that negotiations were even on the table. These were not the pronouncements of a confident victor, but the cautious overtures of those who sensed their dominance eroding. The movement, she marveled, had achieved what years of individual pleas and isolated protests had failed to do. It had created a crisis of legitimacy so profound that the elite could no longer afford to ignore it. Yet, her hope was tempered by a keen, almost visceral, awareness of the treacherous terrain ahead. She understood, perhaps better than most, the deep-seated inertia of systemic inequality. The structures of power, woven into the very fabric of the city's governance and economy, were not designed to be easily dismantled. They were like ancient, gnarled trees, their roots spread deep and wide, their branches reaching into every aspect of life. To simply lop off a branch, or even to prune it back, was not enough to fell the tree. The potential for backsliding, for the reassertion of old privileges under a new guise, was a shadow that loomed large. She recalled countless instances where superficial reforms had been implemented, only to be gradually undermined or rendered meaningless by loopholes and deliberate misinterpretations. The elite, even when cornered, were masters of adaptation, of finding new ways to maintain their advantage. The collective hope that now permeated the city was a double-edged sword. It was the fuel that had powered their movement, the shared belief that a better future was attainable. But it also carried the immense risk of disappointment, of a populace whose hopes, once raised so high, could be dashed with devastating effect. Alara worried about the fragility of this newfound unity, about how easily it could fracture if the promised changes proved to be ephemeral. The joy of small victories, like the fair pricing initiative, had been tempered by the ongoing struggles of those still trapped in the deepest mire. True change, she knew, would not be a single grand pronouncement, but a slow, painstaking process of reconstruction, of rebuilding on foundations that had been deliberately neglected for generations. She found herself poring over historical accounts of similar periods of upheaval in other cities, other eras. The patterns were often depressingly similar. Initial breakthroughs followed by periods of intense resistance, periods where the old guard would attempt to claw back their lost ground, often through subtle manipulation or the co-option of reformist leaders. The path to genuine societal change was rarely linear. It was a winding, arduous journey fraught with peril. The current moment, while brimming with promise, was also, in its own way, one of the most dangerous. The elite, stripped of their overt power, would likely resort to more insidious methods: division, misinformation, the cultivation of internal dissent within the movement itself. Cale, too, felt the shift. His public appearances, once clandestine operations fraught with the risk of arrest or worse, had become opportunities for genuine engagement. The crowds that gathered were no longer solely comprised of the desperate and the dispossessed, though they were still the heart and soul of the movement. Now, there were also merchants, once hesitant to associate with his cause, who offered cautious support, perhaps seeing the writing on the wall, or perhaps genuinely believing in the possibility of a more equitable marketplace. There were even whispers of former allies of the elite, men and women who had profited from the old system but now saw an opportunity to reposition themselves for the new. This influx of varied interests, while a testament to the movement's success, also presented its own set of challenges. How to reconcile the demands of the most marginalized with the more measured expectations of those who had more to lose. How to ensure that the concessions gained were not simply co-opted and diluted by those seeking to preserve their own influence. The internal discussions within Cale's inner circle had taken on a new urgency and complexity. The strategies that had served them well in the days of open defiance now needed to be re-evaluated. The focus had shifted from mobilizing protest to navigating the labyrinthine corridors of power. Alara, despite her physical limitations, remained an invaluable strategic mind. She would spend hours with Cale, meticulously dissecting proposals, anticipating counter-arguments, and identifying potential pitfalls. Her experience within the city council, her understanding of its inner workings, its hidden alliances, and its inherent biases, was a treasure trove of intelligence. "They are offering a seat at the table," Cale mused one evening, pacing the confines of their clandestine meeting room, the flickering lamplight casting long shadows that mirrored the uncertainties of their situation. But is it a genuine invitation, or a gilded cage? Alara, her gaze steady, replied, "It is likely both, Cale. They offer the illusion of inclusion to appease the masses, but they will strive to ensure that table is positioned in a way that still allows them to control the view. Our challenge is to redefine the architecture of that room, to insist that the foundations are rebuilt, not merely redecorated. She recalled the parable of the poisoned chalice, a common cautionary tale from their youth. The elite, she explained, might offer the nectar of negotiation, the promise of peace and resolution, but the chalice itself could be laced with subtle toxins designed to incapacitate the movement from within. The key was to analyze the chalice, to understand its composition, before daring to drink. This meant demanding transparency, insisting on enforceable agreements, and, most importantly, maintaining the unwavering support and vigilance of the populace. The movement could not afford to cede its power of collective action to a select few in a closed-door negotiation. The momentum of change, however, was undeniable. The victory at Viridian Industries, though not a complete revolution, had irrevocably altered the public's perception of corporate power. The fact that a global conglomerate, a titan of industry, had been forced to yield to public pressure was a potent symbol. It demonstrated that the mightiest of giants could be brought to their knees by a united and informed populace. This precedent was now a powerful tool in their arsenal, a tangible example of what could be achieved. The seeds of doubt sown among the ranks of the city guard were also beginning to sprout, manifesting in a growing reluctance to enforce overtly unjust orders, a subtle erosion of their unquestioning loyalty. This, too, was a crucial development, as the elite's grip on power relied heavily on the coercive force at their disposal. The independent press, emboldened by the successes and the changing tide of public sentiment, was becoming increasingly vocal and daring. The small, often clandestine publications that had previously operated in the shadows were now attracting wider readership and, critically, more resources. Investigative journalists, working in concert with Anya Sharma's ever-expanding network, were beginning to uncover even deeper layers of corruption and malfeasance within the city's ruling structures. The carefully constructed facade of benevolent governance was starting to crumble under the relentless scrutiny of a public now armed with knowledge. This burgeoning public awareness was, perhaps, the most critical element. It was the bedrock upon which all other progress was being built. The elite's propaganda, once so effective in sowing discord and apathy, was now met with a collective skepticism, a learned ability to discern truth from fabrication. The very harshness of their past actions, intended to crush dissent, had instead served as a brutal but effective lesson in the realities of power and the need for collective resistance. People had seen firsthand the consequences of remaining silent, and the taste of even small victories had ignited a hunger for more. The mood in the city was a peculiar blend of cautious optimism and simmering tension. The possibility of real change was in the air, a tangible presence that brought a sense of electric anticipation. Yet, the ingrained inequalities, the centuries of ingrained privilege and oppression, could not be wished away overnight. The negotiations, if they were indeed underway, were not a sign that the struggle was over, but that it was entering a new, more complex, and perhaps even more dangerous, phase. Alara understood this keenly. The brink of change was a precarious place, a precipice from which one could either leap forward into a brighter future or fall back into the familiar abyss. The true test of the movement, and of the city itself, would be its ability to navigate this treacherous transition, to ensure that the dawn that followed was one of true equity, not merely a fleeting reprieve before the lingering dusk. The path ahead required not just courage, but wisdom, foresight, and an unwavering commitment to the principles that had brought them this far. The collective hope was a powerful engine, but it needed to be steered with precision and unwavering resolve, lest it falter and leave them stranded on the very edge of transformation, unable to complete the journey. The conversation, which had been swirling around the immediate pragmatics of negotiation, inevitably turned towards the more profound question: what, precisely, were they negotiating for? What future were they trying to build, now that the specter of the old order was beginning to recede? Kale, his voice resonating with a quiet conviction that always seemed to amplify in the hushed intimacy of their clandestine meetings, laid bare the heart of his reimagined city. It was a vision born not of abstract idealism, but forged in the crucible of lived experience, a stark contrast to the gilded narratives of progress that had long served as the elite's convenient camouflage. "We speak of reform," Cale began, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his trusted companions, "but reform implies simply mending what is broken. What has been broken in this city runs deeper than faulty infrastructure or corrupt officials. The very engine of our society has been warped, designed not for the sustenance of its people, but for the insatiable hunger of profit. Our vision must be more than just a repair job, it must be a fundamental reimagining of what it means to thrive." He spoke of an economy where the relentless pursuit of growth was supplanted by a commitment to sustainability. This wasn't about halting progress, he stressed, but about redefining it. It meant prioritizing long-term ecological health over short-term financial gain, fostering industries that replenished rather than depleted, and valuing the interconnectedness of all life, not as a philosophical abstraction, but as a practical necessity for survival. He painted a picture of resource management that was not about extraction and exploitation, but about stewardship and regeneration. "Imagine," he urged, "cities powered by the very elements that sustain them, not by the burning of ancient forests or the fouling of rivers. Imagine agricultural practices that healed the soil rather than exhausted it, producing not just sustenance, but also the very essence of life." This was not the language of sacrifice, it was the language of wisdom. The equitable distribution of resources was the cornerstone of this new architecture. Cale didn't shy away from the radical implications of this. It meant moving beyond the trickle-down fantasies that had long promised prosperity but delivered only widening disparities. It meant ensuring that the basic necessities of life, clean water, nourishing food, safe shelter, accessible healthcare, and meaningful education, were not commodities to be hoarded by the privileged, but fundamental rights guaranteed to every citizen. He envisioned a society where the fruits of collective labor were shared more broadly, where the wealth generated by the city's ingenuity and effort benefited all, not just those who owned the means of production. This wasn't about a simplistic redistribution of existing wealth, he clarified, but about establishing systems that prevented the extreme concentration of wealth from occurring in the first place. It was about building a floor beneath which no one could fall, and creating pathways for everyone to rise. "Consider the concept of essential services," Cale elaborated, his hands gesturing as if shaping the very structures he described. "For generations, these have been mere costs to be minimized, areas where corners are cut and profits are maximized. We must invert this. We must see essential services not as burdens, but as investments in our collective future. The health of our citizens is not a line item to be debated, but the very foundation of our productivity and well-being. The education of our children is not an expense, but the sowing of future innovation and societal strength. When we invest in these areas, we are not spending, we are building a more resilient, more prosperous, and more humane society for generations to come." Central to this vision was the concept of a robust social contract, a renewed agreement between the governed and their government, and between citizens themselves. This contract would be built on transparency, accountability, and genuine participation. It would move beyond the performative democracy that had characterized the old regime, where elections were often a choice between similarly self-serving factions, and where the voices of the ordinary citizens were drowned out by the clamor of vested interests. Cale spoke of decentralized decision-making, of empowering local communities to manage their own affairs, and of ensuring that the mechanisms of governance were accessible and responsive to the needs of the people. The old contract was a one-way street, he stated, his voice hardening slightly. The elite made promises, often vague and easily broken, and the people were expected to comply, to labor, to sacrifice, with little recourse. Our new contract must be a pact of mutual responsibility. It means that the government has a duty to serve and protect its citizens, to ensure their well-being and provide opportunities. And it means that citizens have a responsibility to contribute to the common good, to participate in civic life, and to uphold the principles of justice and equity. This is not about forcing compliance, it is about fostering a shared sense of purpose, a collective ownership of our destiny. He illustrated this with examples of potential new structures. Citizen assemblies, empowered with real legislative authority on local issues. Independent oversight bodies, truly independent and funded to investigate corruption and ensure accountability. Publicly funded research institutions, dedicated to solving the city's most pressing problems, free from the profit motives that often stifled innovation within private corporations. Cooperative models for essential industries, where workers and consumers had a stake in the success of the enterprise, and where the goal was service and community benefit, not just shareholder profit. Think of the energy sector, Cale mused, leaning forward. Instead of massive, polluting corporations wielding unchecked power, imagine decentralized networks of community-owned solar and wind farms. Imagine energy cooperatives where every household has a voice in how their energy is produced and distributed, where profits are reinvested in the community or used to lower energy costs for everyone. This isn't a pipe dream, it's a practical application of valuing human well-being over profit margins. It's about redirecting human ingenuity from the creation of scarcity to the creation of abundance for all. This was not a vision of austerity, he was keen to emphasize. It was a vision of responsible prosperity. It acknowledged that human beings, when freed from the constant struggle for survival and the corrosive effects of systemic inequality, were capable of extraordinary creativity and generosity. It was about unlocking that potential, not by demanding more sacrifice from the already overburdened, but by removing the barriers that held them back. It was about creating a society where the pursuit of personal fulfillment and the contribution to the collective good were not in conflict, but in harmony. Alara, listening intently, saw the echoes of her own deepest convictions in Cale's words. Her own struggle had been born from witnessing the callous disregard for human dignity, the casual dismissal of suffering in the name of economic efficiency. Cale's vision offered a robust and comprehensive answer to the injustices she had fought so hard against. It was more than a political platform, it was a moral compass, a guiding star for a civilization that had long lost its way. This vision, Alara said softly, her voice carrying a weight of experience, it is what has sustained us through the darkest hours. It is the promise of a dawn after a seemingly endless night. It is the testament to the enduring power of ideals, even when confronted by the entrenched power of corruption and the suffocating grip of greed. We have seen what happens when profit is the only god. We have seen the devastation it wreaks. Your vision, Cale, is the antidote to that disease. It is the dream of a just society, not as a utopian fantasy, but as a tangible, achievable goal, if we have the courage to build it. Cale nodded, acknowledging the truth in her statement. The dream is essential, Alara. It is the fuel that keeps the engine of change running. Without the vision of a better world, we are merely reacting to the present, constantly putting out fires. We need to be building something new, something that inspires us to keep pushing forward, even when the path is difficult. He paused, letting his words settle. And it is precisely because this vision is so aspirational, so fundamentally different from the system we have known, that it frightens them. They can negotiate the terms of their power, they can offer minor concessions, but they cannot easily concede a vision that fundamentally questions the legitimacy of their entire edifice. This is why our unwavering commitment to this ideal is our greatest strength. It is what gives the movement its soul, and its direction. The challenge, he knew, lay not just in articulating this vision, but in translating it into concrete policies and structures that could withstand the inevitable onslaught of opposition. It required a deep understanding of the intricate workings of the city, of its economic engines, its social fabric, and its historical traumas. It required a coalition broad enough to enact change, yet principled enough to resist co-option. It demanded a citizenry that was not just hopeful, but informed and engaged, ready to defend the gains they made and to continue the work of building. We must be careful, though, Cale cautioned, his tone shifting to one of sober reflection. This vision, this dream of equality and well-being, can be a powerful beacon, but it can also be a fragile thing. It can be twisted, diluted, and ultimately undermined if we are not vigilant. The forces that have benefited from the old system will not simply disappear. They will seek to adapt, to co-opt our language, to present superficial changes as fundamental reforms. We must be prepared to scrutinize every proposal, to ask the difficult questions, and to ensure that any agreements made serve the true spirit of this vision, not just the convenience of those in power. He spoke of the need for constant vigilance, for a citizenry that understood that the struggle for a just society was not a single event, but an ongoing process. The new dawn they hoped for would not arrive fully formed, but would be painstakingly built, brick by brick, through persistent effort and unwavering dedication. The old systems had been designed over generations, often through deliberate acts of oppression and exclusion. Their dismantling, and the construction of something equitable in their place, would require a similar, albeit more conscious and humane, commitment. Our goal, Hale concluded, his gaze steady and resolute, is not merely to survive, but to flourish. Not for a select few, but for all. It is to build a society where the measure of our success is not the accumulation of wealth, but the well-being of our people and the health of our planet. This is the vision that guides us. This is the dawn we strive for. The weight of that aspiration settled in the room, a silent promise and a profound challenge, a testament to the enduring power of what humanity could be, even in the shadow of what it had become. It was a vision that transcended the immediate political skirmishes, a North Star for the arduous journey ahead, a dream of justice that refused to be extinguished. The dust of conflict, though beginning to settle, had undeniably altered the city's landscape, not just in the scarred facades of buildings or the hushed alleys where whispers of dissent once echoed, but deep within the collective consciousness of its inhabitants. The fight for fairness, a protracted and often brutal affair, had etched itself onto the very soul of the metropolis. Even as the final terms of any accord were still being hammered out, the true, enduring victories lay not solely in the clauses of a treaty, but in the profound awakening that had swept through its people. It was a legacy of awareness, a tapestry woven from countless threads of shared experience, hardship, and the dawning realization of their collective power. Alara often found herself gazing out at the city from the quiet solitude of her temporary quarters, the distant hum of activity a stark contrast to the internal dialogues that played out in her mind. The sacrifices made, the lost lives, the broken homes, the years of gnawing uncertainty, weighed heavily on her. Each sacrifice was a testament to a yearning for something better, a refusal to accept the status quo as an immutable fate. It was a painful ledger, certainly, but one that demanded to be honored not with despair, but with a resolute understanding of the lessons gleaned. The journey had been less about achieving a perfect, pristine outcome and more about the arduous, messy, and ultimately transformative process of striving. The uniting of communities, once fractured by artificial divisions of class, creed, or origin, had been a significant, almost miraculous, byproduct of the struggle. People who had previously existed in separate orbits, oblivious to each other's struggles or triumphs, found themselves bound together by a common cause. They learned to trust, to collaborate, to see their individual grievances as interconnected threads in a larger fabric of systemic injustice. This newfound solidarity, forged in the fires of shared adversity, was a potent force, a bulwark against the forces that had historically sought to divide and conquer. It was a legacy of empathy, a recognition that the well-being of one was inextricably linked to the well-being of all. The whispers that once carried fear now carried the resonance of shared purpose, a quiet hum of communal strength that even the most hardened cynic could not ignore. The courage ignited in the hearts of ordinary citizens was perhaps the most profound legacy of all. For generations, the narrative had been one of powerlessness, of an unshakable hierarchy where the will of the elite was presented as an unassailable fact of life. But the struggle had challenged that narrative, proving that courage was not the exclusive domain of the powerful, but a potent force residing within the hearts of the many. It was the courage to speak out when silence was expected, the courage to stand firm when intimidation was applied, the courage to hope when despair seemed the only logical response. This was not the valor of the battlefield, but the quiet, persistent courage of conviction, the willingness to risk comfort, security, and even life, for the sake of a more just future. This emboldened spirit, once unleashed, was a force that could not be easily contained or extinguished. It was a seed planted, ready to sprout anew with every generation. Alara understood, with a clarity born of hard-won experience, that societal change was not a singular event, a summit to be conquered and then retired from. It was an ongoing process, a continuous unfolding, a dynamic equilibrium that required constant tending. The new dawn they so fervently hoped for was not a ready-made gift, but a structure to be meticulously built, a garden to be cultivated with unwavering dedication. The old order, with its deeply entrenched systems of privilege and its subtle yet pervasive mechanisms of control, would not simply vanish with the signing of a decree. It would adapt, it would resist, it would seek to reassert itself in new guises, often cloaked in the very language of progress and reform. This understanding instilled a deep sense of the necessity for perpetual vigilance. The awareness that had been awakened could not afford to slumber. The communities that had been united could not afford to become complacent. The courage that had been ignited could not be allowed to flicker and die. Each incremental gain, each hard-won concession, would need to be guarded, scrutinized, and defended against the inevitable attempts at subversion or dilution. The ghosts of the past, embodied in ingrained habits of thought and action, in the very architecture of institutions designed to perpetuate inequality, would continue to exert their influence. She recalled conversations with Kale, the sober acknowledgement that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. They spoke of the danger of co-option, of how the language of revolution could be so easily twisted and reshaped to serve the interests of those who sought to maintain power. A truly transformative vision, one that aimed at the fundamental reimagining of societal structures, could be subtly diluted, its radical edges blunted, its core principles compromised, until it was no more than a cosmetic alteration, a superficial polish on a fundamentally flawed edifice. The systems they sought to dismantle had been built over generations, often through deliberate acts of exclusion and oppression. Their reconstruction, towards a vision of genuine equity and shared prosperity, would require a similar, albeit more conscious, deliberate, and humane, commitment. The lessons learned were manifold, etched into the collective memory of the movement. They had learned the importance of broad-based coalitions, understanding that true progress could only be achieved when diverse voices and interests were brought together in a shared pursuit of justice. They had learned the critical need for clear, unambiguous goals, for a vision that was not easily misinterpreted or manipulated. They had learned the power of sustained, organized action, recognizing that sporadic bursts of protest, while necessary, were insufficient to bring about lasting change. The enduring legacy, Alara reflected, was this heightened understanding, this maturing of their collective will. The sacrifices, though agonizing, had served as a crucible, refining their purpose and strengthening their resolve. They had stripped away illusions and forced a confrontation with uncomfortable truths. The path to a just society was not paved with easy compromises or the mere tinkering of existing mechanisms. It demanded a willingness to challenge fundamental assumptions, to question the very foundations upon which their society had been built. It required the courage to envision and then to build something entirely new, something that prioritized human dignity and collective well-being above all else. Alara's gaze drifted to a group of children playing in a sun-drenched plaza below. Their laughter, so unrestrained, so full of the promise of unwritten futures, resonated with a profound significance. They were the inheritors of this struggle, the beneficiaries of the awareness, the unity, and the courage that had been so hard won. Their generation, she hoped, would not have to bear the same weight of injustice, not have to endure the same depth of suffering. But their task would be to continue the work, to remain vigilant, to ensure that the foundations of this new beginning were not eroded by complacency or undermined by the persistent allure of the old ways. The legacy of struggle was not a monument to past battles, but a living, breathing testament to the enduring human spirit. It was in the increased accessibility of public services, in the more equitable distribution of resources, in the newfound voice that resonated in community forums. It was in the countless individuals who now understood their agency, who no longer saw themselves as passive recipients of fate but as active architects of their own destiny and the destiny of their city. The fight had been arduous, the losses undeniable, but the transformation it had wrought was profound and, Alara believed with all her heart, irreversible. The awareness had taken root, the communities were stronger, and the courage had become a permanent fixture in the city's evolving narrative. This was the true dawn, not a sudden, blinding light, but a gradual, steady illumination, born from the persistent refusal to surrender to the darkness. The struggle was their inheritance, and its legacy was the unwavering commitment to ensure that the light of justice would continue to shine, for all who came after. The ink on the accords had barely dried, yet Alara felt a disquieting tremor beneath the surface of the celebratory atmosphere. It was the subtle hum of a city in transition, a symphony of hope mingled with the faint, discordant notes of ingrained habit and lingering power. The grand pronouncements of a new era, of equality and shared prosperity, were indeed exhilarating, a balm to the weary souls of a populace long subjected to the sharp edges of injustice. Yet, as she moved through the revitalized squares, the marketplaces abuzz with a newfound vibrancy, and the council chambers where spirited debates replaced the hushed tones of deference, a persistent question gnawed at her: how deeply had the roots of the old order been severed? She saw it in the carefully constructed facades of reformed institutions, polished to a gleaming sheen that obscured the potentially rotten timbers within. The new policies, lauded for their progressive intent, often found themselves navigating labyrinthine bureaucratic channels, their implementation slowed by an inertia that felt achingly familiar. It was as if the very gears of governance, accustomed to the oil of privilege and the familiar pathways of exclusion, were grinding against the sharp edges of genuine change. A landlord, whose family had profited from generations of exploitative leases, might now speak of community investment and tenant empowerment, his words echoing the progressive rhetoric, while the fine print of his revised contracts subtly shifted the balance of power back into his own hands. These were not overt acts of defiance, but the insidious, almost unconscious, manifestations of a system resistant to fundamental alteration. The economic chasm, too, remained a stark and discomfiting reality. While the most egregious forms of wealth hoarding and resource monopolization had been curbed, the vast disparities in opportunity and access persisted. The seeds of prosperity, sown with the best intentions, struggled to take root in soil long impoverished by neglect and exploitation. Those who had always been on the fringes, their skills undervalued, their access to capital non-existent, found themselves still at the starting line, even as others, blessed by inherited advantage or fortuitous connections forged in the pre-reform era, surged ahead. The notion of a level playing field felt like a cruel jest to a farmer whose land had been systematically depleted while his neighbors had been artificially fertilized for decades. Alara often found herself drawn to the city's periphery, to the districts that had borne the brunt of historical neglect. Here, the visible scars of conflict were more pronounced, the infrastructure more dilapidated, the spirits of the inhabitants more weary. While the central districts buzzed with the energy of reconstruction and renewed purpose, these outer enclaves felt like forgotten outposts, their struggles often relegated to the margins of official reports and public consciousness. The celebrated new programs, designed to uplift and empower, often failed to penetrate the complex web of social and economic barriers that had long held these communities captive. Lack of affordable childcare, inadequate public transportation, and the pervasive stigma associated with living in these historically marginalized areas created formidable obstacles to participation in the burgeoning opportunities.